teams, my name is Frank Merrick. I'm the director of First Robotics Competition. Welcome to the Capital City Classic, organized by three great teams, 1678, 2073, and 3859. They've got dozens of workshops and panels lined up for you over these next 2 days on so many great topics, and I was really honored that they would ask me to say a few words at the start of this, what's going to be a wonderful event. Hey, we've got a great season for you coming up in First Robotics Competition. It probably won't include events, and we've already said that it's unlikely that we're going to have in-person events in 2021. We are going to be reevaluating that in January, just so that we can see, has the world situation changed enough so that we can safely have events with the virus situation, of course, that's going on around the world. And let's just say that nothing really can substitute for an in-person FRC event with all the excitement and energy and just all the emotion, ups and downs, and that go along with it. Really, nothing can beat that. But we've got three great new challenges for you this year that you're still going to really enjoy. And for the most part, they can be done fully remotely, which means that you don't even need to get together with your team to complete most of these activities. Not all of them, but most of them. First up, we've got the first innovation challenge presented by Qualcomm. You're going to get a chance to ID a real-world problem, develop a solution, put together like a business model for it, and present it to a live panel of judges. And this is a very open-ended challenge. All the details are going to be coming out later. Actually, all the details will be coming out January 9th on kickoff. But it's going to be very open-ended. You're going to be able to pick something that you're really excited about, work on it, and present it to the judges. I think you're really going to enjoy that. Next, we have the next challenge I want to talk about is Infinite Recharge at Home. It's really got two different parts. First is a skills challenge where you're going to be able to put your robot physically through its paces at your home site, your build site, or your school, or or your garage, or wherever you have room, and show us what your robot can do in a series of sort of tasks. I don't want to get into too much about what's going to be going on there, but you're going to see that at kickoff January 9th. Now, in that case, obviously, you have to have team members kind of getting together, but you need to make your own choices on that. We're not saying do it or don't do it, just something you need to really think hard about, whether your personal situation means that you feel like you can get together with team members. Even if you can't, though, you're still going to be able to participate in this challenge, because the other component is going to be a live judging session where you will be able to present to your judges, present to the judges information about what your robot, what its capabilities are, how you designed it, and all the sort of technical details that go along with that. And that's something, honestly, you don't need your robot to kind of do. I mean, you could do with, if you have some photos or some CAD drawings, you want to make a presentation, you could do all of that remotely as well. Next up, and maybe I'm very interested to see how this is going to come out. I think this might be the most exciting element of all, but we'll see. I think all of them are pretty good. But you're going to be able to submit an FRC game design to FRC. It's the game design challenge, and who doesn't want to design an FRC game? Nobody. Nobody in the world doesn't want to design an FRC game, and now is your chance. You're going to put together a concept. We're going to have some set ways for you to kind of submit that. Every team that submits this in this particular challenge is also going to get interview from a live panel of judges. So it's not just a documentation review. You're going to present your game design concept to some judges. Now, the top 20 or so teams from that submission level are going to go on to be interviewed by the FRC staff game designers. So there's another interview level that you get to once you come out on top on this first level. And from those 20 or so, we're going to pick 3 or so that are going to go on our game design shelf. Now, our game design shelf isn't an actual shelf, it's an electronic shelf, of course, but it's the source of our concepts that we go to every time we need to design a new game. And so what this means is that X number of years in the future, you may see your game or elements of your game in an actual FRC game, and how exciting would that be? And of course, when that happens, we're going to be saying, by the way, we pulled this game off of our shelf from the Game Design Challenge competition that we had, a few years ago, and that, I'm sure that's going to be really exciting and satisfying for you. So in all three of these challenges, they're live interviews with judges. You're going to be talking to judges for each three of these, and you can pick and choose which ones you want to do. You want to just focus on one, you could do that. You want to go for all three, you could do that. It's like a grand buffet of kind of what you'd like to pick for what gets you excited and what motivates you to go forward with this. On top of these three challenges, of course, we're going to have our traditional submitted awards like Chairman's Award and Dean's List and Woody Flowers Award. There's no way we're leaving those out. And so there's still going to, even if we don't have in-person events, there's still going to be lots of fun and excitement for you to join in. So, like I said, we may not be having in-person events, but there's so much for you to do. For more details on this, what you can do is go check out the FRC blog that's titled Detailed Information About the 2021 Season. There you'll find a link to the PDF. That PDF link will show you the different names of the awards and what types of awards are available in each of these challenges, as well as some other details. Now, it doesn't give out the full details on what you're going to be doing and what we're asking you for, because we're saving that up for kickoff. So kickoff is like, you're going to find out, what is this skills challenge? What do I have to do in the skills challenge? Or you're going to find out on January 9th, and I hope everyone turns in. I hope everyone tunes in. And I hope everyone joins us for the 2021 season, for it's going to be such fun. Also, I got a note from one of the organizers that asked me to make an award announcement, and I said I would be happy to do that. I'm just going to read off what he had sent to me so you can see what award we're giving out here. Capital City Classic has always awarded one outstanding contributor as Volunteer of the Year. Traditionally, this has been an adult who would be recognized during the event. This year, of course, is not very normal, but we would like to maintain aspects of our traditions, which I think is a great approach. Keep those traditions going. In this case, though, our Volunteer of the Year is a student, Apurv Mishra, of Team 1678, who, as the Fall Workshop Coordinator, has done the bulk of the work to organize the actual workshops, of which there are 30. Since we have no other good opportunity for an award ceremony, we're asking you if you can announce Apurv as the recipient of this year's Capital City Classic Volunteer, and I'm happy to do so. Congratulations, Apurv. It sounds like you did a lot of work putting this huge set of workshops and panels together. I'm sure it was very well deserved, this award. And volunteers, of course, are the lifeblood of First, and we couldn't do it without you or any of the other many volunteers that contribute to making this event, plus the entire FRC season, happen. Thanks, everyone. Great luck. Have lots of fun these next 2 days, and hopefully someday I'll see you out at events again. Take care. Hello teams, my name is Frank Merrick. I'm the director of First Robotics Competition. Welcome to the Capital City Classic, organized by three great teams, 1678, 2073, and 3859. They've got dozens of workshops and panels lined up for you over these next 2 days on so many great topics, and I was really honored that they would ask me to say a few words at the start of this, what's going to be a wonderful event. Hey, we've got a great season for you coming up in First Robotics Competition. It probably won't include events, and we've already said that it's unlikely that we're going to have in-person events in 2021. We are going to be reevaluating that in January, just so that we can see, has the world situation changed enough so that we can safely have events with the virus situation, of course, that's going on around the world. And let's just say that nothing really can substitute for an in-person FRC event with all the excitement and energy and just all the emotion, ups and downs, and that go along with it. Really, nothing can beat that. But we've got three great new challenges for you this year that you're still going to really enjoy. And for the most part, they can be done fully remotely, which means that you don't even need to get together with your team to complete most of these activities. Not all of them, but most of them. First up, we've got the first innovation challenge presented by Qualcomm. You're going to get a chance to ID a real-world problem, develop a solution, put together like a business model for it, and present it to a live panel of judges. And this is a very open-ended challenge. All the details are going to be coming out later. Actually, all the details will be coming out January 9th on kickoff. But it's going to be very open-ended. You're going to be able to pick something that you're really excited about, work on it, and present it to the judges. I think you're really going to enjoy that. Next, we have the next challenge I want to talk about is Infinite Recharge at Home. It's really got two different parts. First is a skills challenge where you're going to be able to put your robot physically through its paces at your home site, your build site, or your school, or or your garage, or wherever you have room, and show us what your robot can do in a series of sort of tasks. I don't want to get into too much about what's going to be going on there, but you're going to see that at kickoff January 9th. Now, in that case, obviously, you have to have team members kind of getting together, but you need to make your own choices on that. We're not saying do it or don't do it, just something you need to really think hard about, whether your personal situation means that you feel like you can get together with team members. Even if you can't, though, you're still going to be able to participate in this challenge, because the other component is going to be a live judging session where you will be able to present to your judges, present to the judges information about what your robot, what its capabilities are, how you designed it, and all the sort of technical details that go along with that. And that's something, honestly, you don't need your robot to kind of do. I mean, you could do with, if you have some photos or some CAD drawings, you want to make a presentation, you could do all of that remotely as well. Next up, and maybe I'm very interested to see how this is going to come out. I think this might be the most exciting element of all, but we'll see. I think all of them are pretty good. But you're going to be able to submit an FRC game design to FRC. It's the game design challenge, and who doesn't want to design an FRC game? Nobody. Nobody in the world doesn't want to design an FRC game, and now is your chance. You're going to put together a concept. We're going to have some set ways for you to kind of submit that. Every team that submits this in this particular challenge is also going to get an interview from a live panel of judges. So it's not just a documentation review. You're going to present your game design concept to some judges. Now, the top 20 or so teams from that submission level are going to go on to be interviewed by the FRC staff game designers. So there's another interview level that you get to once you come out on top on this first level. And from those 20 or so, we're going to pick 3 or so that are going to go on our game design shelf. Now, our game design shelf isn't an actual shelf, it's an electronic shelf, of course, but it's the source of our concepts that we go to every time we need to design a new game. And so what this means is that X number of years in the future, you may see your game or elements of your game in an actual FRC game, and how exciting would that be? And of course, when that happens, we're going to be saying, by the way, we pulled this game off of our shelf from the Game Design Challenge competition that we had, a few years ago, and that, I'm sure that's going to be really exciting and satisfying for you. So in all three of these challenges, they're live interviews with judges. You're going to be talking to judges for each three of these, and you can pick and choose which ones you want to do. You want to just focus on one, you could do that. You want to go for all three, you could do that. It's like a grand buffet of kind of what you'd like to pick for what gets you excited and what motivates you to go forward with this. On top of these three challenges, of course, we're going to have our traditional submitted awards like Chairman's Award and Dean's List and Woody Flowers Award. There's no way we're leaving those out. And so there's still going to, even if we don't have in-person events, there's still going to be lots of fun and excitement for you to join in. So, like I said, we may not be having in-person events, but there's so much for you to do. For more details on this, what you can do is go check out the FRC blog that's titled Detailed Information About the 2021 Season. There you'll find a link to the PDF. That PDF link will show you the different names of the awards and what types of awards are available in each of these challenges, as well as some other details. Now, it doesn't give out the full details on what you're going to be doing and what we're asking you for, because we're saving that up for kickoff. So kickoff is like, you're going to find out, what is this skills challenge? What do I have to do in the skills challenge? Or you're going to find out on January 9th, and I hope everyone turns in. I hope everyone tunes in. And I hope everyone joins us for the 2021 season, for it's going to be such fun. Also, I got a note from one of the organizers that asked me to make an award announcement, and I said I would be happy to do that. I'm just going to read off what he had sent to me so you can see what award we're giving out here. Capital City Classic has always awarded one outstanding contributor as Volunteer of the Year. Traditionally, this has been an adult who would be recognized during the event. This year, of course, is not very normal, but we would like to maintain aspects of our traditions, which I think is a great approach. Keep those traditions going. In this case, though, our Volunteer of the Year is a student, Apurv Mishra, of Team 1678, who, as the Fall Workshop Coordinator, has done the bulk of the work to organize the actual workshops, of which there are 30. Since we have no other good opportunity for an award ceremony, we're asking you if you can announce Apurv as the recipient of this year's Capital City Classic Volunteer, and I'm happy to do so. Congratulations, Apurv. It sounds like you did a lot of work putting this huge set of workshops and panels together. I'm sure it was very well deserved, this award. And volunteers, of course, are the lifeblood of First, and we couldn't do it without you or any of the other many volunteers that contribute to making this event, plus the entire FRC season, happen. Thanks, everyone. Great luck. Have lots of fun these next 2 days, and hopefully someday I'll see you out at events again. Take care.
Good morning or good afternoon if you're in the another part of the world. I'm Richard McCann. I'm going to moderate this workshop. We are doing Behind the 2020 Robots, and we have a great lineup of mentors and students to talk about their robots and to answer your questions about those robots. So today's agenda is we're going to start by introducing myself, and then we're going to walk through the agenda, and I will then have the individual presenters make their introductions as well. As I said, I'm the moderator. I'm the strategy mentor for 1678. And if this was a live competition, I would be one of your masters of ceremony. And I'm going to now go through what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to be focusing on the 2020 robots and the competition that some of these robots participated in. There are other workshops over the next 2 days, and I'm hoping that you're planning on attending. There's another one on analyzing the game, the what's of kickoff at 1 p.m. today. So that's Pacific Standard Time. Tomorrow, there's a workshop on strategic design, also at 1 p.m. And then there will be another workshop at 3 p.m., Simple Robots That Win. And I hope that you make all of those presentations. And we have a great program on other topics as well. We're going to walk through with short presentations by each one of the individual mentors and students from these various teams. And you can post your questions in the YouTube chat box, and I will pick those up and read those questions to the participants. I probably won't be able to get to all of your questions, and if there's a lack of questions, I have a full slate of questions myself that I'm really interested to hear about from these people. But now let's walk through and introduce who the individuals are that are going to be talking today. And I want to start by first acknowledging our 2020 Woody Flowers Award winner, and I'm sure that exquisite lawn care is one of the attributes of being a Woody Flowers winner. This is Lucian Junkin from 118. And so, Lucian, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. So, I'm Lucian Junkin. I'm the head coach of the Robonauts. I've been with the Robonauts over 2 decades, been the head coach. I guess we used to call it lead mentor back in the day, for over 20 years. And I'm also the NASA Robotics Alliance project lead. You're probably most familiar with that project. This is where all of the grants. So when you hear about a first team getting a NASA grant, that is the program that it comes out of. And the head of that program is Dave Lavery. And I'm also, my day job is the chief engineer of the Space Exploration Vehicle and the Lunar Terrain Vehicle. So in the upper picture, you'll see a vehicle back there. That's the Space Exploration Vehicle. That's a vehicle, that's a prototype that's out at White Sands that we were testing for the moon and Mars, and that is for astronauts to live in up to 14 days. And then there's the Lunar Terrain Vehicle that is a kind of a dune buggy for the moon and for Mars. Thanks for having me here, Richard.
Thank you. So, Brando, you're up. Or Adrian, sorry.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name's Adrian Emerson. I'm from FRC Team 148. I have a much less cool job than Lucian. I'm the District Robotics Director for Greenville ISD, so I kind of oversee our robotics programs, K through 12. I'm an alumni of Team 191 and Team 229, and I also am the event coordinator for the First in Texas Greenville District. So I'm just excited to talk robots today and remember what the short season we had was like.
And next up, Brando.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon from the East Coast here. My name is Brandon Holly. I'm the head coach of the Neutrons. I'm also, in the daytime, product creation leader at Sonos. Basically, you can think of that as a chief engineer for a specific Sonos product. I've been working at Sonos for 8 years. I was an FRC participant back in the day on FRC 11, and I've been a mentor for 125 for over 15 years now. I'm also pretty involved in running events, so seen many of you out there either as a event chair or a kickoff coordinator or Beantown Blitz offseason coordinator, and you may have seen my dogs, Pasta and Pesto, right here.
Okay, thank you. And Nathan, you're up.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Nathan McAllister. Not quite as interesting as all of these three people that just introduced themselves, but I'm a high school senior on 1678. This is my fourth year of FRC and my second year as the 1678 design lead. Also got to operate our robot on Einstein in 2019, which is super exciting. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay, and I just want to go over why we've selected these teams to be here. So in 2020, teams 148 and 118 teamed up with 7179 to score the world high score at the Plano, Texas district event, scoring 263 points. 1678 teamed up with 973 and Team 4 to score 252 points at LA North, which was the week 1 world high score. And then, of course, 125, they didn't get to play, but they won the Northeast District Championship in 2019 and won 5 blue banners that year. These teams have combined for 133 blue banners, 18 Chairman's Awards, 8 Woody Flowers Finalists Awards, and, of course, Lucian won the Woody Flowers Award last year. They've been 19 times, have been on Einstein, and have won 6 world championships between them. 148 and 118 have teamed up 5 times to successfully win events, and 1678 teamed with both 118 and 148 on Einstein as well. And 125 and 1678 have teamed up together along with a couple other teams to manage and create the Compass Alliance, which reaches out to FRC teams and supports them. And they are a key part of our workshops for today. So I'm going to start with some questions for each one of you. Or well, actually, I want to have you each go through your presentations. I'm jumping ahead here. So Lucian, I'm going to start with you if you want to go ahead. Whoops, I think you need to speak louder. You're on mute.
Yeah, can we flip to that slide, the robot wheel slide? So we do something on 118. Our whole focus for the entire first weekend is coming up with this Robonauts robot wheel list. And as you can see, I won't get into the details of the list, but we basically create what all the things that a robot can do, and then we decide unanimously as a team, and some of them are much more difficult than others as to how to come to a unanimous decision. And then we basically reduce it down to our robot wheel. Sometimes it's a pretty full list. And a couple of things this year that were really, I would say contentious might be the right word, was the ability to go underneath the control panel, underneath the spinner, and exactly where to be able to shoot from. So as you can see by our robot, that we decided as a team to go underneath the control panel, which might have been a good plan, or might have not been a good plan. But that's generally how we do things, and that's kind of our strategy of our robot. And I won't go through our robot in detail. I'll let you ask questions. And do we have we got the Everybot also here?
Let me see. We do.
And just real quick, we also at the same time on that weekend, our alumni, we all sit around and come up with the Everybot robot wheel list. And so most of you are familiar with the Everybot, a robot that teams can build for under $1,000 with a kit of parts. So, and then the big one this year was, do we shoot or do we not shoot with Everybot? And as you can tell, we we kind of analyzed the game and we decided shooting was not accurate. Shooting with a $1,000 robot was not what we thought we could tackle. So we kept everything, pick up 5 power cells and really pump them into the bottom port. So that's the EveryBot. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thanks for doing that EveryBot every year. This has been a great addition to FRC and helping teams that are just starting out.
Thanks.
So Brando, go through 125.
Yeah, so obviously we didn't get to play this year, so some people may not have seen our robot. We did end up putting out a reveal video. It was filmed with pieces of footage. We didn't realize we were going to be shut down as quickly as we were, so we didn't actually have a chance to release the robot the way we wanted to. But like 118 and Lucien went through, and this has just been picked up by ourselves over the years by looking at other successful teams and working our process. We do a very similar strategy for basically the first week where we are trying to nail down what the robot is exactly going to do. Ours is broken down to need, want, and nice to have. You can see our chart here on the right. I'll spare you the details. A lot like 118, and I'm sure every other team that went in and critically analyzed the game, driving under the color wheel was a very contentious discussion for us. And unlike 118 and everyone else on this call, we decided to not go under the color wheel. And I'm happy to talk a lot more about that. But general quick thought process was that our robot, we wanted to be a complementary robot to a top team at an event and force the event to plan for our robot specifically. Not to say that going under the color wheel and cycling very quickly is not impressive or important. It absolutely is. But we wanted to be a game-changing robot and force both alliances to have to plan around us. And so that's how we ended up being tall. And I can talk a lot more about that as we go along. But that's the robot. The turret can spin 540 degrees. There's a button climber. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to use that yet, but we are very happy with how the robot turned out. We had autonomous, very dialed in, multiple 8-ball autos working on more. So we were really excited to get out there. Rug got pulled out from under us literally 2 hours before our first event. But that's how it goes, how it went for a lot of teams this year. But very happy to be here, very happy to show off what we got.
Great. Yeah. So 973, who was 1678's partner at LA North, had a very similar and an extremely successful configuration. So I think you probably had a very good season coming up. So
looks
Adrian,
like some Robo Wrangler going on in that with that 125 robot.
So
All
go
right.
ahead, Adrian.
Well, yeah, sure. So there's a picture of our robot, and we go through a really similar structure as 118, 125. I think a lot of these teams, have started to go through this process where on kickoff day, we go through what our robot must do. And we this year kind of approached it a little bit differently, where our must list was pretty short and our maybe list was really long, because in looking at the game right off the bat, we really had a lot of questions that we weren't sure about right on kickoff day. So our must list was just score stupid fast. That's been on our must list for the past few years. And then we actually decided that was so important that you can see in the second list down there, we actually made a whole list of things that we could do to make sure that we could score stupid fast all the time. And there's a lot of things that we thought would go into that. We also had on there the WOF, the Wheel of Fortune. That's what we call the color wheel. We didn't actually put that on our robot. We were planning to do that after the Plano event, which never really happened. And then we had a lot of questions. Were we going to do a buddy climb? Were we going to do a turret? Were we going to do swerve? Were we going to go under the low bar? And throughout this, I'm, kind of happy to talk about what went into all those decisions, because the only things we really decided to do on there were the turret and the swerve. Oh, I guess the low bar too. So most of those maybes turned into yeses. But as you can see, we really tried to focus most of our initial brainstorming on how we can make sure we can score as fast as possible. And I think that most of our decisions this year were just lining up to that. So, when we decided to go to swerve, it was so we could score faster. When we decided to do a turret, so we could score faster. And we just kind of went through our whole season with that in mind. So that was one of our big things from the beginning. But like I said, happy to talk about any of these things more as we go through. But this is just kind of our thought process on day 1 and 2 for the most part for the season. So.
Great. If you want to see stupid fast scoring, you can go on the Blue Alliance and look for the Plano, Texas event. And there's some pretty amazing running around by that robot. It's not changed some of our thinking on our team after watching that. So, Nathan, you're up next.
All right. So obviously we do a very similar thing to all of the other 3 teams here. This is the list that we took a picture of on day 2, the day after kickoff. So our general schedule is game manual takes up half of the first day on kickoff, and then we jump right into a list of what we could do. And then by the end of the second day, we have this list of what we will do. And so I want to point out some of the bullet points. Under general, you'll see we actually chose not to fit under the control panel, which may come as a surprise. That is written down here. And then we also have a yet to prototype box, reach the rung at any height, and also shoot into the inner port from far away from the trench run. And so, it just shows that you can make these lists, but as soon as you jump into like how you're going to accomplish this, some things become clearer. And so, as soon as we figured out, okay, we can fit a climber under the trench run, which is really the deciding factor on not fitting under the trench run. We figured, okay, why not go into the trench run if we can? Once we figured out this folding climber design that you see in the picture. So that was really kind of the process. We prioritized that just because we didn't know how we were going to do it, but once we figured out how, we were comfortable enough to take that leap and fully embrace the short bot. Feel free. Like these lists are obviously specifying a lot of things, but you can leave things up to prototyping, and we often do leave a couple things up to prototyping historically. So
great. Yep. So with that, I'm going to start throwing some questions out there. I have some of my own questions. I'm going to start with Lucian. I want to ask him, how do you decide what you're not going to do with your robot, and what did you decide not to do with your robot in 2020?
So, as I shared a few minutes ago, we sit in a big circle. And when I say a big circle, I mean 60 students and the 20 mentors. And we strategize and discuss the game on Saturday afternoon. We learn the rules, and then Sunday we come in and we start strategizing the game. We go through the analysis, and then we have a robot can list, and then things start falling out of the robot can. And we start having a show of hands and saying, should we be able to push another robot around? That's one of those things that have dropped off our list over the last few years. We typically agree that we should be able to hold our ground, but being able to run away from a robot is much more compelling than being able to push a robot away and then get away from a robot. So that's one of the major. We're not going to put resources toward having a drivetrain that can play defense and push people around. All of our defense will be done strategically with getting in the way of another robot. The the shooting far field was another. It was a hope. It was a dream. But we were satisfied with our decision that if we were going to go underneath the control panel, then we would stay right there in the trench and shoot right on side of the control panel. So the only real shooting that we did prototyping wise from on the what we call the near side of the spinner of the control panel was we did some just to see what kind of accuracy that we would get out of the different prototypes that we had. But we stayed at the trench area. Whereas now that we see robots now, we have every intent to build a new robot for 2021. So we're going to get in that same big circle, and we're going to revisit some of these do you go under the spinner or not? And I think there's going to be some compelling reasons, like 125 found out that that going underneath is not necessarily the most advantageous, especially if you can find a way to shoot long. So maybe a lot of our prototyping, if we get back in the shop, which it looks like we will be, can we shoot long? Obviously, the Roboteers have shown some pretty stellar accuracy from afar. So those are a couple of the things that we chose not to do with our robot.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams went through the same exact thing, under the bar or not. It really was, I think, a coin flip for a lot of folks, and in our particular case, we saw that and jumped to prototyping right away. We spent that first week really focusing on creating a prototype that could shoot far and answer that question. And as we did that, and we found a couple little tricks along the way, we realized that it was viable for us to shoot long, and it started forcing a lot of trade-offs for the team. One of those things for being tall is getting the ball up to speed before it gets to the shooter itself. That we found to be a really big factor, and I'm sure other teams also found that too. So that really lent itself to being tall. And that was just one of those things that I really think could have gone either way. We thought that there'd probably be less tall robots than short robots, and that would give us the best chance overall of partnering with the best cycling team at whatever competition we were at.
And going short instead of going tall also means you have to actuate your mechanism for the spinner. So if you go tall, the spinner, the control panel is easily actuated. Whereas if you go short, that's another actuation. And then the old decapitation of the whole hood on your robot problem. If you don't punch the right button as you book up under the control panel at 15 feet a second, that's a bad day. And
come on, that never happened.
Yeah, we've already had that bad day in practice. That's another reason.
Same here.
Nathan's our perfect operator.
Yeah,
So
one of
Adrian,
the, we had
your thoughts.
Sure. We had this discussion along with everybody else, and I think with Brandon kind of said it was a coin flip, and we went back and forth a lot as well. And the big thing for us was that we wanted to be able to get those balls that were behind the control panel in autonomous, and that was really the main deciding factor for us to decide to go under. But just like Lucian said, we had a couple bad days in practice where we decapitated our shooter. And, it was definitely a little stressful those nights. But unlike the 118, we've kind of decided that for 2021, we are going to keep the same basic robot. We're going to do some iterations. So, we're kind of all in on the short robot at this point. We don't know, depending on how they change the game, if those factors that we decided on to go short are going to stay relevant. But we're pretty happy with the overall robot performance right now. So we're just, going to stay going under the low bar. Eventually, like Lucian said too, if we ever put a control panel device on our robot, it does add a lot of complexity, and that was definitely a thing that we talked about when making that decision. Also, with the climber, it makes the climber a lot more difficult when you have to kind of fold it in that small space. So it definitely caused a lot of other decisions to be a lot more difficult once we made that decision. But overall, we decided that the pros kind of outweighed the cons, and that was a large conversation for our team at the beginning of the year.
So Nathan, what do you have to say?
Yeah, of course. So for 1678, as you saw, we chose to go tall initially, and that was because we were pretty confident initially that we were going to be able to shoot from long. And although we kind of ended up transitioning to a short bot, we, throughout build season, still tested this long shot, like pretty much up to the tee, LA North. Days before, we were testing this long shot, trying to get it to work. And we ended up being really glad that we did go short, just because of the inaccuracy that was the long shot that a lot of teams experienced. In our first few matches of LA North, you can see us trying to hit that long shot, maybe getting 2 or 3 in out of the 5 at a very slow shot rate. So kind of in that vein, we found that it was much better to, just go into the trench run with the short robot and score quickly on the other side, instead of having to take a long time to speed up, take a long time each time we shoot, to speed back up to full speed and shoot again. And so it ended up being really helpful for us to be a short bot instead of trying to hit that long shot every time we went to shoot.
Great. So, Brandon, I'm going to ask one more question, and I have some questions from the audience. So your team did not play, and so you got the advantage to see some of the other teams. What are some of the things that you learned from watching other competitions that may have changed your thinking about your robot and how you're going forward?
Yeah, it's this happens even like without COVID. If you're playing later, if you're not playing until week 2 or week 3, or even later in the season, you get some anxiety about like what you see happening out on the field, because you're like, well, 148 and 118 are destroying right now, and they're short, and we just went through all this trouble to make this tall robot that can shoot from far away. And so you have that anxiety, but the one thing, maybe I can use this little platform here, the season was only really 2.5 weeks long. And if you rewind the clock to previous seasons and you look at how the game evolves by the time you get to week 5, 6 and district championships, the game always changes pretty significantly. And we were really looking forward to watching that game change, because we felt like it was going to continue to shift to our favor as people realized that robots maybe better in specific zones and playing more of a zone offense, as people started to figure out more about what the third robot on an alliance could be doing as a flex role, whether it's defense, whether it's stealing or starving the field for the other alliance. So despite that, though, we did learn a few things. The climbing aspect of stuff seemed interesting. We put, I would say, a decent effort into the buddy climb. It came together late. We left space for it. It seems fairly clear that long term, and that we wouldn't be using the buddy climb by the time we got to our district championship or championship, if we got that far. It was always our intention that the buddy climb would help us in our earlier events and eke out a ranking point here or there where we needed it. But I think that was something that a lot of teams learned. We were probably likely not going to be using that mechanism all that often. And then further in the end game, how teams lined up and how they orchestrated that and got the whole thing working. I think there was a lot to learn looking at how those first few events played out. There was some unexpected traffic jams, I think for a lot of teams, and that was definitely something to factor in for us going into our next events.
Great. So, Adrian, what did you learn from watching other teams?
We got to watch a few events. We were actually lucky enough that our district event that's at our high school was week 1, and then we competed week 2. So we kind of were in the thick of competition for the 2 weeks of competition that existed. And I totally agree with Brando. The game evolves in magnitudes over the season, and also depending at what competition you're at, what level of competition you're at. So district championship usually looks a lot different than districts, and championship usually looks a lot different than district championships. That's what we learned last year, our first year, really in districts. And so, one of the things we talked about a lot, and Brando was talking about with the buddy climb, is we talked about the decision to put a buddy climber on. And we, at the beginning of the season, always talk about our goals. And one of our goals is to win a world championship. And so we talked about how we do that. And we discussed how at championship level, we expect to be able to get a third partner and, second partner that should be able to climb. We looked at the data from our championship partners in 2018 and 2019 and saw that a significant number of them were able to either do a level 2 or level 3 climb last year, or were able to hang in 2018. And so we decided that at the championship level, that buddy climb wasn't going to be important. And so we were going to put our resources, our design resources and, parts of the robot into other areas like scoring stupid fast and things like that. Now we have that unique ability to kind of make that decision early in the season because we're pre-qualified for championship, which we know a lot of other teams aren't. And so we definitely don't take that for granted, but we do, keep it in mind when we're making decisions on the team. So, that was one of the biggest things that we decided not to do this year. And I think that watching competition, we were pretty sold on the fact that we didn't make that choice. Even in Plano, we had a lot of partners that could climb, and we felt pretty confident in that. So,
yeah, it's a really good point. On 1678, that was actually a little bit of an oversight on our part, just because we try to always design our machines to win regionals primarily. We don't have the luxury of being pre-qualified, but we decided to go with the buddy climb and actually never used it at LA, even though it was on our robot the whole time. We were really surprised by the amount of teams that had consistent climbs, and we were able to make it work most matches with other teams, even though, we didn't always go the way we wanted it to. A lot of teams were able to climb, and we ended up being able to coordinate most matches with other teams that could climb on our alliance. So yeah, and I definitely agree with what you guys were saying about how on champs level, most teams are going to be able to climb. And we were actually, after LA, planning to just remove the buddy climb system from our robot to save weight and hope to develop another shooter. But obviously we didn't get the chance to do that. And we also definitely learned from LA North. Obviously we didn't have competitions before us. We were week 1, but we definitely learned that there wasn't much value in the control panel in regional competitions, but we definitely foresaw that it would be very important on the champs level, and wanted to kind of revamp that mechanism as well going forward.
And Lucian, what did you see that you learned?
Just real quick, super similar to everybody else. We had a Robo Wrangler. Actually, we had the person to help with the Robo Wrangler on our team, Jesse, and we had a Robo Wrangler prototyped, and were integrated into the robot, and it did not fit, and it did not meet weight, and it was pretty slick mechanism that I think a lot of students wished it would have got on the robot. But we came, analysis wise, we came to the same conclusion as everybody else, that maybe the buddy lift, it certainly may help you get to the number one seed. But when it comes to Einstein, you're not going to use it on Einstein, because the major thing is you really want to be on the floor scoring all the way to the bitter end before you go climb. And if you have to go hang out with your buddy to go climb early, then that's kind of where our buddy climb kind of started to fall off the robot. Other things that we learned, evolution of the game is certainly something we were planning for. We were starting to explore different shots. As we start to see other people take the shots and the autons. The autons, I would say traditionally, we steal autons from other teams as we see them come online. We try to make our first auton pretty robust, and then by the time that we see other teams, we're like, we probably should go get those balls from the trench or from wherever. So that's what we really learn is, and we do study other teams. I mean, as soon as we see the first tournament, we make sure that we have enough energy and design cycles that we learn from what they do and that we get back in the shot. And now without bag, that makes it a lot more compelling to really work harder and really schedule out having let's just admit it, having more like a 12 to 14 week build season versus a 6 to 7 week build season.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Adrian.
One of the things I think, besides all of the obvious things of being, getting the season, shut down by COVID and things like that, one of the biggest disappointments for me was, since this was the first season with no bag, we put a lot of time into developing how we were going to approach the season differently than what we normally do. And so we had made very specific ideas and how we were going to utilize our time. Like, we didn't have our control panel mechanism on for Plano because we knew we probably weren't going to need it for Plano. I'm really glad that 118 had theirs ready to go. But we specifically kind of put off development of that entire mechanism because we were like, okay, well, we can focus on, making sure our drivetrain and our shooter and all of that is up to snuff for the first competition, put that control panel mechanism on for the second competition because we know we're probably going to need it for district champs. And so we want to test it at our second district. Then if we get the opportunity to go to district champs, we're going to need it there, and we're going to need it for championship. And then we also were kind of, like Lucian was talking about, doing our autonomous development in the same way. We nailed down 3 very specific autonomouses that we thought were going to be very useful during week 2, but we knew we weren't necessarily going to need those autonomouses for the rest of the season, and we were going to develop the ones that we needed to work with our partners better and things like that. And so not being able to see how the differences in how this year would have evolved different than past seasons just because of the no bag, I was really disappointed that we kind of missed out on all of that. So, I mean, it does evolve every year, but I think this year it was going to be even more different than it normally is just because of the no bag.
So, Adrian,
is it autonomous or autonomy?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I need some English teacher to come help me with that one. Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know.
So, Adrian, there's a question for you. What added benefit did 148 feel a turreted shooter on Swerve would have over a non-turreted shooter on Swerve? I was wondering the same thing of, how do you aim with a turret and Swerve?
This is a great question. I have really no idea how we decided that was the best option. I feel like I was at all those meetings and really couldn't pinpoint the moment that a turd Swerve was really the way we decided to go. If you ask anybody on 148, by the way, everybody on the team was like all in on Swerve. We had prototyped a West Coast product Swerve in the off season, and everybody was like real gung ho on the Swerve. And I was the person that was the most against it. And I missed literally one meeting the entire build season, and that was the meeting that the team decided to build Swerve. And they swear it wasn't on purpose, but you all can be the judge of that. But so once we, had the Swerve, we were kind of driving it around, and going along with being able to score stupid fast, we wanted to be able to score at any second from any part of the field. And so when you think about being able to do that, you always want your shooter to be locked on to the goal. So as soon as you pick up a ball, if you have the ability to shoot from where you picked up that goal, if your shooter can shoot from that angle or that distance or whatever, you just want to be able to go straight into the goal, floor to goal. So that's when we decided that the turret was going to be important. If we're picking up balls that come out of the whatever that thing was called, I don't know, when the human player dumps them on the field, if we want to pick up from there and be able to drive over and shoot the fastest, we needed our, drivetrain and our intake and our shooter to kind of be, we never really knew what that orientation was going to be. So we decided to, go with Swerve, and then also decided to go with the turret. Was it the best decision? I don't know. It seems kind of excessive when you think about it, but it really does score really fast. So I guess it was okay.
Yeah, watching your videos, yes, it was quite successful. Anybody else have any other thoughts on Swerve? Brent, is 125 a tank or a Swerve drive? I didn't see on the photo.
We are maybe one of the tankiest tanks in modern FRC histories. It's an 8-wheel drive, and the wheels are 3 inches wide. So I can talk about that a little bit if we want to go into it
that's
later.
unusual. Yeah, why don't you follow up with that?
All right. So if you go back and you look at our list, our robot need list, one of the things that we experienced along the 2019 season, and I'm sure everyone on this call did too, there were situations where if you needed to finish a rocket, the other team could shut you down by just simply parking, and you needed to be able to get to a certain spot. Most games, the best path is to go around, be faster. Lucien talked about this before. Be faster, be more agile, get around the defender so that you can keep making progress. But there was kind of a unique circumstance where you really needed to escort the other team out of your path for you to be able to complete that particular objective. We saw something similar. So when your strategy starts evolving to saying, all right, we want to be able to empty our feeder station in like 30 seconds or less. So that would mean like 15 shots made in 30 seconds or less. You start looking at the paths you can do that. So I'm sure everyone looked at the path from the feeder station up to the trench run. Is that right? Yeah. From the feeder station up to the trench run. There's a great opportunity if you're playing another team, and if I'm playing myself, I'm saying, well, let's just park someone there. Let's slow 125 down so that cycle becomes a lot longer, and it helps us, in the long run. So when you look at that, though, it's a protected zone once you get into the trench run. So we felt like the best course of action was to be able to just take another robot with us right into the trench run and scare the defense away that way. And that was a lesson learned from us from 2019. There was a lot of little design tricks that we picked up there too. And one of them is kind of an old FRC thing with wide wheels. We did some testing over the off season, and I have to admit, in modern FRC history and modern FRC thinking, it's kind of backwards to say that we're going to do these super wide wheels and we're just going to shove right through someone. But that's what we wanted to do. We kind of took a risk on that one, and it was all back to the same core strategy. 6 Falcon drive, 8-wheel drive, 3-inch wide wheels. We want to push you right into the trench run with us.
Great. So the next question is for Nathan. And I witnessed all of the prototyping on this. So what was your secret? What was our team's secret to shooting accurately, and what kind of struggles did you encounter in trying to become accurate in shooting?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we definitely struggled with this one. For the first 3 weeks or so of build season, or maybe like 2.5-ish, we used kind of a pretty basic, plywood structure to test our shots. And we got it from 254, I believe the 2016 robot. They publish their documents on the robot every year. And we got this prototype design from them. We just applied it to this year, and we began testing. It's just a basic, 4-inch wheels with a fixed hood that we can kind of adjust the angle of by removing shafts or whatever. And so we kind of ran with that and realized we weren't really getting the accuracy we wanted, especially to shoot behind the control panel. And so we started testing different configurations. Obviously, we tested different compressions, but the real thing that helped our shooter accuracy was this top roller. The top kicker wheel, the 2-inch kicker wheel, is geared down. I believe it was running at about a third of the surface speed of the 4-inch wheel, or the 4-inch shooter wheels. So we had the 2-inch ones running at a third of the surface speed as the 4-inch shooter wheels. And that was really what improved our accuracy, and especially also our shot strength. So it just boosted both of those at the same time. And so it's really just about looking at, we know we want some backspin that improves the shot accuracy and the trajectory. And so how can we kind of direct that in the right place? And, after trying a bunch of different things, we found the top roller did that best.
So, Lucian, what was 118 doing on this front?
Yeah, I would say we had a very similar journey. We had developed a football shooter for when the Super Bowl was here in years ago. So we had this Nerf football shooter that we broke out, and we started shooting this dual wheel shooter. And we saw almost like that Sunday night of kickoff, we saw some crazy good accuracy out of what we call Archie for Archie Manning. So Archie was shooting pretty good, but it's bulky. And as a matter of fact, I think it probably sports the same wheels, the 3-inch wheels that 125, or traditionally those big wide wheels that had been used. So that's how we had done it. And then so that kind of put us on to this dual wheel shooting. But we went off and prototyped our single wheel shooter with fixed hood. And then we had 2 separate teams, prototyping teams that did the upper wheel. And then we found that the upper wheel was magic to us, and that we just kept going back and we had to fine tune it. We had it coupled together at one point. We decoupled it. And then we have the inertia wheel that is traditionally, I think in FRC, everybody had just loaded up the wheel with more weight. And then we had gone to this speed increasing inertial wheel. So we implemented that again this year. So that's kind of where we got our accuracy, was that also that top wheel. And we explored horizontal wheels, but horizontal wheels were not the answer from a backspin, controlling the spin of the ball into the goal. So that's where we were on that front.
I just pulled up a picture of the prototype here. If we can pan to a screen share, that'd be awesome.
See if they're doing it from the control. I don't have that ability at this end, I don't think.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, cool.
Get up. Can you guys see this?
No, I think he put up the robot in the slides.
Okay. That's all good then. We can just move on. Just a screen
Yeah, we
share
did.
my screen.
While you try to get that, we did have one major lesson learned after decapitating ourselves on the control
There we
panel.
go.
Oh, there you are, Nathan.
Yeah, so this is just our robot cart. We've clamped this very, very thrown together setup to the top of it here. You can see there are these ramps coming down. That's how we loaded the balls. It's just a very primitive belt down here that's just driving them up into the shooter here. And this top roller is just clamped on after the fact. We made these plywood side panels clamped together with these 2x4s. Got a shaft going through with a flywheel from our 2017 robot that we had left over. And this was the setup. This was about the distance of halfway down the field from our shooter in this configuration. So it gives you an idea of what our setup looked like.
Yeah, our early prototype looked almost exactly like that. So it's funny just seeing other teams, totally different, isolated areas, still getting to the same place. And we found a lot of the same stuff as you guys did. Top wheel, it makes so much sense from like a physics perspective when you start looking at what you're trying to do. When you're increasing the surface speed on your main hooded shooter wheel, you're putting more and more spin the further and further that you try to throw it. So you're giving it more exit velocity, but you're also giving it more spin. At some point in time, that amount of spin just becomes superfluous. You don't need that much. And so what the top roller does is basically knock some of that spin back down and harvest it into exit velocity. And it's the aim small, miss small thing. So the harder you shoot the ball, the less chance it has to spread on its overall target. So just that simple kind of fundamental thing, turns into a whole different type of shooter architecture.
Yeah, and I think we study golf, so they have the same from a T-ball in the PGA. They have gone away from trying to spin a ball, and they try to just reduce the spin and have a mild spin, and that gets them maximum distance. And I think that we find a lot of the same similarities when it comes to this game, especially with these balls when they get torn up and when you put spin on them, that surface friction, how the airflow goes over the surface just wildly throws those balls. And I mean, Roboteers certainly have got something going on there that says that they can just put any and all balls through their shooter. We find that we have some tolerance to lousy balls, but man, lousy balls eat us up pretty bad still.
Yeah, and Roboteers actually is such a really interesting thing. They found the same thing we did, which is that the longer time you give the ball to get up to speed, the better the accuracy will be at the end of the day. So if you're not trying to impart all of the speed, instantaneously, and you can get the ball up to speed over time, the shooter is more accurate. Like just every time that we made the actual physical wheel bigger, we found that. As we made the feeder faster, we found that. So the ball's getting up to speed as it hits the shooter wheel. So yeah, and then Roboteers, when you see that thing and the shots that it's making, it just, physics, man, like it all makes sense. It all clicks at once. So good job to them for pursuing what would seem like a wacky idea and then, just having amazing results.
Well, that's like long barrel cannons, right? So you look at the cannons, so the ones that were particularly in World War I that were shelling Paris, and the cannons were yards long, meters long. So yes. Okay. Oh, Adrian, what did you folks do on accuracy?
I mean, honestly, we weren't really where we wanted to be, and we were learning from people like 118 and all these robots that had come out. But again, we were kind of in like the evolution of the season. We just wanted the shooter to put balls into the goal for our first competition, and then our plan was to work up towards better accuracy for the rest of the season. So we had a lot of plans, and now going forward, still have a lot of plans to get better accuracy. 118 at Plano, like they were nailing 3-pointers all day long. We did not have that accuracy that they did. And so we definitely spent a lot of time looking at their robot there to figure out what we can do to improve it. So I think we're going to spend a lot of time looking at that in 2021 for sure.
So I have a question from turning back to the EveryBot for Lucian. So can you elaborate more on how you developed your strategies for the EveryBot?
Sure. Can we bring up the EveryBot slide, and we'll talk about them. So again, the alumni that come back to help with EveryBot, we do the same strategy analysis that we do on the team, which is basically taking a spreadsheet, trying to figure out a lot of the details of how you're going to win the game and how it's a complement. Whereas 118's asking ourselves, what's the best teams on Einstein going to look like? We're trying to mimic that best team on Einstein. Whereas EveryBot is what is the best complementary robot on Einstein or in the finals of a regional, and let's try to make it the best complementary robot. Basically the best second pick it could be. And that was quick climb, and then the ability to up the number of balls to get to the different stages for the spinner. So it's all about RPs. So if you just look at it from the standpoint of how do you complement an alliance to get to increase RPs, then that's kind of the flow of where we went with EveryBot, which meant picking balls up off the floor. You could think, you could always go to the human player to get them, but that's a long journey. So let's be the scrappy robot that picks up balls off the floor and then deposits them in the logo, and then that gets your ball count to where you want to have one of your other two alliances do the spinner, and then you got to be over there, and you got to climb. So for instance, that had nothing to do with going under the control panel. So it was but like I said, picking up the balls and shooting them there was certainly a discussion. But I think we came to our senses within probably hours, if not Monday afternoon, thinking that's not the right answer. And it probably happened Sunday. I think we published that list Sunday afternoon as to what EveryBot robot will do. So that's kind of our thoughts, was the focus of complementary to make RP points, to maximize alliance's RP points.
Okay, so we have to wrap up there. There's 3 more workshops that you guys should, all the viewers should check out, and questions that we didn't get to, you can ask in those workshops. I'm sure they'll have great answers. And thank you for being here. So you can step on to the next workshop. Thanks much to everyone on this participating in this workshop. Bye.
Thanks, Richard.
My name is Amina Sahmood from Team 1678, and I'll be the moderator for this presentation. In How to Make Your Team Brand Amazing, you'll learn the meaning of a brand, understand what makes a great logo, and master writing a solid, passionate statement that will promote your team's mission. The presenters will discuss case studies of real-world designs, cover industry terms like logo system and responsive design, and discover your FRC team branding could reach. As we go through this presentation, feel free to leave any questions you have in the chat, and the presenters will answer your questions throughout the presentation or during the Q&A at the end. All right, I'll pass it on to your presenters, Liz Jung and Anna Shaposhnik.
Okay, thank you, Amina. Hey guys, my name is Liz. I'm currently a junior at the Bronx High School of Science, and I am in one of the only all-girls robotics team in the nation, FRC 2265, specifically the marketing department. And a fun fact, I also really like to read books on my Kindle during my free time.
And hello, my name is Anna. I'm from Team 846, the Funky Monkeys, and I'm an alumni of the Ivy and Young Academy, and I'm an alumni of Team 846, the Funky Monkeys, and currently I'm in the USC Ivy and Young Academy for Arts, Technology, and the Business of Innovation, and a freelance graphic designer. And you'll see some of my work in the next slides coming up. So this was Liz, and some of her work. And this was me, and some of my work. So let's start right in. What is graphic design? Now, please type in the chat what you currently think graphic design means to you, or what you think it is. More importantly, we'll also be discussing why does graphic design matter? Let me pose you this question. Why isn't everything in the world just black text on white background? Wouldn't that be so much easier? Wouldn't everything just be so simple? I see some things coming in. Art, logo design. Yes, those are all great parts of graphic design. But overall, what do you think graphic design is, and why does it matter? Why do you need to make things pretty, for example? A lot of people would answer that graphic design is making things pretty. But why does that matter? Why does anything in the world need to be pretty? Additionally, some people might say that graphic design is organizing information. Well, why do we need to organize information? You can see some people are saying, Katie's telling a visual story. That's great, that's absolutely right. But what does telling a visual story actually help you do in the end? What is that magic thing that graphic design does? Well, graphic design is communication. It's everything about creating that poster, making sure that the information is organized, making sure it's pretty so that it catches someone's eye, and finally making them do something, making them do an action like going to your website, going to your event, or whatever other thing that your design needs them to do. So graphic design overall is communication, and everything about design ties back into that one goal. So when you're making something, always think about, is this communicating what I want it to be communicating right now? And are the person who's looking at this design going to be doing what I want them to do? We're going to watch a short 5-minute video about why graphic design matters. A lot of people don't really know what design does in their life. You know, it's kind of just makes things pretty, kind of makes advertisements look interesting on TV, maybe makes your textbook look a little less boring. But design actually has some really interesting real-life impacts. So let's watch this video.
There's this moment at the Oscars, right before La La Land was mistakenly awarded Best Picture, where you can really tell that whatever Warren Beatty is looking at doesn't make sense.
For Best Picture.
He knew something was wrong, but he wasn't sure. But here's an idea. What if better typography could have prevented this whole snafu? Let's walk through what that could have looked like.
Moonlight.
We know from this shot that the announcement card looks something like this. The card is serving two purposes. On one hand, it's a beautiful souvenir for the winner, and on the other hand, it's a cue card for a very high-pressure public presentation. So how do you make this easier to read in front of 30 million live viewers? Well, let's look at how the card compares to the line that the announcer has to say. We read things from top to bottom, but at the top is Oscars. That's not useful information for the people on stage at the Oscars.
That's like a few milliseconds of extra time that those presenters have to go through to, when they're presenting, they have to go through all this information.
That's Benjamin Bannister. He's a graphic designer who put together an alternate design for the announcement card.
It's like driving on the side of the road. You literally have a few seconds to read all the signs and make sure you get the essential information, otherwise you're going to make the wrong turn.
Best Actress should be the first thing on the page. Make it a little easier to read, and now the presenters have a clear sign that they've got the wrong card. But this still treats the winner with the same emphasis as the movie they appeared in, which, while it's nice to have, is really just extra context. You solve that by making the name of the winner the biggest thing on the page. If the presenters were given this card, one of two things would have happened. Their eyes would have first read Best Actress or Emma Stone, not La La Land. You can apply the same fix to the card that prompted Steve Harvey to crown the wrong person Miss Universe in 2015.
I have to apologize.
No bad typography, no confusion, no embarrassing mix-up. The consequences of bad graphic design extend far beyond award shows. In the fall of 2000, the supervisor of elections for Palm Beach County, Florida, was tasked with designing a ballot with more candidates than could fit on a single column. It wound up looking like this. It was called a butterfly ballot because of the way the text occupied 2 columns. If you were voting for Bush, the form made enough sense. To pick the first candidate, you punched in the first bubble. But then to vote for the second candidate on the list, Al Gore, you had to punch in the third bubble. See the problem? The Palm Beach Post estimated that over 2,800 Gore voters accidentally voted for Pat Buchanan.
A number of voters here in Palm Beach County have filed lawsuits asking for a new election because they claim that they either voted for the wrong candidate or double punched their ballots because of confusion over the ballot design.
Bush won Florida by a margin of 537 votes. Better typography here arguably could have changed U.S. history. Graphic designer Michael Beirut put together this version of what that ballot could have looked like. It uses the same format, but consolidates information horizontally so that you can fit all the same candidate names in the same amount of space. Instead of there being 2 conflicting visual paths to follow, there's just one. There's also a lesson here for public health. When it comes to health, there's probably no single piece of household typographic design that's as common as this one, the orange prescription bottle. These have been around since just after World War II, and they haven't changed much, apart from the addition of a child safety cap in the 1970s, but they are not the easiest things to read. Just look at how information is prioritized here. The pharmacy branding is often the first and biggest thing on the label, which is fairly unimportant information for the user. The rest of the text on the label is small, and it's all the same size and weight. Even these confusing numbers, which the user doesn't need at all, get the same amount of emphasis as everything else. On top of that, some key warnings are printed on hard-to-read color combinations, like black on dark red. Put all of that on a curved bottle that you have to rotate to read, and you're left with a pretty unfriendly design. A design student named Deborah Adler created a model for what a new and improved pill bottle could look like. She called it Clear RX. She was inspired after her grandmother took her grandfather's medicine by accident. And that's a common problem. Experts estimate that there are 500,000 cases per year in the US of people misreading prescription bottle instructions. In Adler's design, the branding moves to the bottom, and the most important information for the user is big at the top. Adler also included color-coded rings so that the packaging clearly distinguishes between users, not just between medications. The extra surface area on the back allows for space to be dedicated to warnings for the user. Target bought this design and rolled it out in 2005 to positive reception. But 10 years after that, Target sold its pharmacy business to CVS, and the new pill bottle disappeared. Stories emerged afterward that some users had actually fished their old Target bottles out of the trash because of how much they liked them. Others took to Twitter, and CVS has said that it's developing a new, similar model, but it hasn't released it yet. As with a lot of designs, it's hard to notice the things that are done well until they aren't there anymore.
I think it was a good moment to show people and educate them on the fact that design does matter. For most people seem to forget it's not a really big deal until something like this happens. I mean, designers are there to help prevent things like this from happening.
So would different typography have totally changed outcomes in any of these cases? Maybe. But if you're Warren Beatty, or Steve Harvey, or Al Gore? That's a pretty big maybe.
Wasn't that a really interesting video? I think that's one of my favorite videos because it really shows that everything around us is designed, and from anything you can pick up on your desk, like look around you. I don't know, I have an Elmer's glue bottle. Someone had to design this, for example. Or hand sanitizer. Someone had to design this label. Someone had to design my textbook. Someone had to design the computer I'm doing this presentation on. And everything around us has been designed by someone. And they all had to keep these concepts in mind, make it really easy for the user to use it properly, communicate whatever they're trying to say very clearly, and at the end of the day, just make the whole experience really seamless and easy and prevent some of those mix-ups that you saw in that video. Put down in the chat what you thought about that video. So now we're going to move into branding, which is what you're all here for. FRC branding is a really interesting thing to look at because it's very similar to kind of all the corporate branding that we see in the world today, and has a lot of similar principles that we can talk about. We're going to start by what is branding. Your brand is your promise to your customer. It's not just the logo. It's not just the posters that you create. It's everything around who you are as a community and an organization. It's your promise and your values and your characteristics that you are projecting to the world in your brand. And in our case, our customer isn't really a customer, right? Because FRC teams have a lot of people that we have to think about. That's volunteers, that's mentors, that's students, that's the teachers at our school, that's our sponsors. All of these groups of people are part of your brand and should be included and should be celebrated. And you have to really kind of think about the strategy behind your branding and tie in all of those people into your visual and language aspects of your brand. Let's look at an example that we probably all are familiar with. Whether you like it or hate it, Coca-Cola is a long-standing brand. And something really interesting that they did is that they really thought about all 5 senses when designing their brand. We're going to do a really quick activity with our panelists here, where each of us have chosen one or 2 senses. So I'm sight and sound, Liz is smell and touch, and Amina is taste. And we're going to do a little activity where we create a brand, or we create a little advertisement based on what these things are assigned to us. So I'm going to start. I'm looking at a beach shining in the sun. I see a person sitting next to the beach. They have a cooler open. They reach into the cooler. They pull out a Coca-Cola bottle. They look at it. It's bright red. It's shining. It's shimmering in the sun. They open it. Psh! The sound bubbles.
As I'm grasping onto the can, I feel the condensation seep into my fingers. I bring the can to my nose and take a deep whiff. It smells like sweetness and the generic taste of Coca-Cola.
I bring the soda bottle to my lips and I taste the sweetness of the Coca-Cola and the fizzy bubbles of Coca-Cola.
Awesome, that was great. And you can see how all of these elements are actually part of every single advertisement that Coca-Cola has ever done, or every single kind of messaging that they have done. They all thought about these aspects of making the whole experience something that's unforgettable and like Coca-Cola-esque. So think about how you can apply this to your team and how every single interaction, whether it be in the pits or whether it's someone looking at your banner or someone looking at your website or your flyer, all of those other touch points, how they can perceive you in all of these 5 senses. And maybe something creative can come out of that. So now we're going to move into logos, which are the face of your company and the face of your brand and FRC in this case. And we're going to talk about the different types of logos that there are and how they are used mostly in the commercial world in this video. So let's take a look at that. Can we please play the video? Sorry. Thank you.
The new Dell XPS. With a more compact design, it's even easier.
There are 3 specific types. The first type is the word mark.
The word mark is the easiest one, and it's the one that we're all most familiar with. I mean, John Hancock's signature is kind of a word mark, and it can look crisp, clean, and modern like the new Google logo looks. It can look somehow that it has roots in a shared heritage, the way the Coca-Cola logo looks,
The second is pictorial.
Pictorial logos often function as a kind of rebus. It's a picture, and you say what's in the picture, and it sort of is identifying the name of the company, sometimes directly like Target, sometimes more indirectly like Lacoste.
The third kind is kind of the holy grail, abstract iconography.
It's everyone's favorite kind of category because it just seems almost like magic, As a designer, people come to me and they'll say, oh, I want like something like the Nike swoosh. They think that the Nike swoosh was the Nike swoosh the day it was drawn, but it was nothing the day it was drawn.
The company that birthed Nike commissioned a design student named Carolyn to draw some ideas, and the Nike founders didn't really like them.
They sort of said, oh, let's use that one.
It wasn't like an overnight success.
And then they started putting on the science of shoes. The shoes were good. And then the genius of Nike's marketing apparatus made us further associate that product not merely with performance athletic gear, but with the very idea of athletic achievement itself.
And that's how, over a long time, a little mark means something big.
That's exactly how religious symbols work. It's obviously not just anything inherent in these shapes, but it's about what those shapes have come to represent in the minds of the people who are looking at them.
But there's a fourth type of logo that goes beyond these three types and can use elements of each of them. The logo system, a graphical framework that can have endless permutations. The first gigantically popular example of the logo system would be MTV. But Google's Daily Doodles are another great example of the logo system, a familiar mark that can also point to other ideas and issues. This approach all has to do with technological change.
It used to be if a company was doing a logo, there'd be this military operation by which it would be inscribed on all their equipment and on their airplanes and their retail facilities, and gold pins and cufflinks would be made for the executive suite and put on spittoons and ashtrays and the top of the skyscraper in which they dwell and on everyone's business card, right? Nowadays, none of that's as important as an email signature or your Twitter avatar or the little thing that sits next to your URL. And those things are much more ubiquitous, and they can be changed at the drop of a hat.
Beirut used this system approach for his Hillary Clinton logo.
We wanted to have a mark reflect the electorate and reflect the issues. Those simple forms that comprise the H with the arrow in it are actually designed to hold not just two colors, say red and blue, but any colors you want.
The use of logo systems seems to be continually on the upswing now, probably because it allows the brand using it to expand the conversation beyond its own name.
The logo kind of reminds people that that's what our priority is today.
But at the end of the day, regardless of the shape, style, or system, it might not matter what your logo is.
It really is about thinking of these symbols as being empty vessels in a way, and then you pour the meaning into them.
So what's this all add up to? Basically, those fights people get in about new logos are pretty misguided.
They think they're judging a diving competition, but actually all these organizations are in swimming competitions. It's not what kind of splash you make when you hit the water, it's how long you keep your head above that water.
Logos need to have a long life, not win points in a discussion. 12 years after the birth of that Nike logo, Nike came back to that graphic design student, Carolyn, with a gift.
A Nike ring with her own trademark on it, the swoosh.
Thank you very much, it's beautiful.
And an undisclosed amount of Nike stock.
Wow.
In 1973, when it was designed, her pay was $35.
Awesome. Wasn't that a really interesting video? Put down in your chat what you thought. I think that video really just goes to show that FRC is really begging for us to use a logo system because, as you can see, they themselves use a logo system. Every year when they create a new kind of theme, new kind of logo, they all have to tie it back to their base logo first and those three shapes that they use in their original logo. And you can see here some of the past games and how, even though they all are very different because they all have to be very different themes, they really do kind of tie back into that main base first logo that we are all used to. And for our teams, what that means is that we get to update our branding every year to reflect some of those themes. First, we're going to look at some examples that are not FRC related, and then kind of dive into the FRC related ones. So again, logo system is one concept that's extended into multiple ideas. In FRC, it can be for each year's theme. These are Google Doodles, MTV, and as you saw in the video, the Hillary Clinton logo. This is another example of a logo system. Here, I created the sun that can be exchanged with different sports icons. And on the other side, this is the concept of responsive logo design. And responsive logo design just means that at different sizes and different scales, you have different versions of your logo to respond to that sizing. So for example, on a big banner, you could have that whole entire Sunny Valley snakes with the sun. And on a much smaller business card, you could have just that icon of the snake. And it could all be consistent across all of the mediums, but just be slightly different. Here are some more examples of how responsive logos are done in actual brands. Chanel, Coca-Cola, Nike does this. Here's an example from my team, Team 846, the Funky Monkeys. We sort of have a logo system where every year we design a new logo or a new iteration of our base logo with the monkey in some new situation that's based on the theme. And you can see here are some of the past ones like Steamworks, Power Up, and Rebound Rumble on this side. Sweet. Here's another example from Cardinal Robotics. They do a great job of kind of making a range of buttons with different themes, but still sticking to that base bird and bright red cardinal color imagery. You can see they also update their logo for certain events like LGBTQ+ month. Here we have the SVR branding that I did for Silicon Valley Regional. I also tried to kind of maintain a set of different lockups or different iterations of the logo. So you can see the rubber stamp, volunteer gift, colored logo, and banner graphic are all slightly different, but they all tie into the same base branding and the same visual language as each other. They're just slightly different to fit the different contexts. And at the top, you can see it went through a lot of iteration before I went to these final decisions. Here is the Cal Games logo. And the Cal Games logo is, Cal Games is an off-season robotics competition up here in NorCal. And each year they have a student-run competition to design the logo. And here are some of the past logos. So you can see down there is so we have Steamworks in the middle. We have Power Up on the very end. And you can see each of these have are very clearly on theme. They have clear shapes and they're really easily legible. So you can see these from a pretty far distance, and they're really kind of iconic in the way they look and the way they all connect back to each other under one theme and under one brand with the same colors and the same icons of that robot that's in the base logo that they have.
So let's take a look at this. Which logo do you think has been better designed and more effective, logo A or logo B? Please type it in the chat. Well, the answer is logo B. Logo B is correct. Please go to the next slide. As you can see, the shape of your design remains static despite its color loss for logo B. When creating a design for your logo, you have to be prepared for essentially any kind of printing job. For example, if you were to promote your team via newspaper, your logo will evidently be shown only in these muted shades such as black, white, and gray. In order to prevent misrepresenting your logo and in order to continue to withhold its value, make sure that your logo has distinct and concrete features. As you can see on the right, logo B, the design has some ridges and some breaks in between the arcs and curves. There's some space between the circle in the middle and the arc on the top and the bottom. So even if the colors are not included, you can still distinguish it as your logo.
So, do you guys know the secret of the FedEx logo? Type in the chat. And don't spoil it for anyone. Just say yes or no. All right, if you don't know this already, your mind is about to be blown. So, if you see here, look between the E and the X. What do you see? Is it an arrow? That's right. The designer of the FedEx logo specifically made the X height, or the height from the top to the bottom of the X and the other lowercase letters, to match with the E so that he could create an arrow when he was designing this logo. And why would FedEx want a secret arrow in their logo? What do you think that represents? Right, it represents traveling forward and kind of transporting things, because that's what FedEx does. So I think it's really cool that they managed to hide that secret negative space arrow in their logo. And every time I see a FedEx cart passing by, I always notice that. So back to what a good logo will entail. So good logos must have recognizable silhouettes, use 1 or 2 readable fonts, and limit to 1 or 2, use a limited color palette that can work on black and white backgrounds as well, and have a grayscale or black and white option. You can see previously we talked about that really effective logos are able to really easily switch from just one color to multicolor. But in this example, for example, the Cal Games logo had to be a little bit redesigned to be able to fit in black and white. And that's totally okay too. It takes a little bit more work on making sure that the person who's using your logo knows that they need to use the black and white version in black and white context and not just change the color of the original logo, but that's also an option you can take.
So your logo should follow these 3 key principles. It should be first adaptive, it should be simple, and lastly, it should be timeless. So no matter how many years go by, your logo will always stand with your brand. Make sure don't make it too primitive. For example, your logo shouldn't be simply just a circle or a square or like a simple one shape. Add a few touches and elements to it that will make your design extremely unique to make your team stand out. However, make sure your logo holds a sort of a degree of professionalism. Have a skilled graphic designer or perhaps a digital art specialist with experience, perhaps someone on your team, in order to get it done for you. And as you can see here, this is my robotics team, the Maidens logo. Analyzing this design, you can immediately note that the 2 official colors are green and purple. One of them is more dominant than other. As you can see, the purple is going to be the background, while the green is the actual logo itself, as well as the font. We also did a play on our name. FE on the periodic table of elements stands for iron, so another name for our team is actually the Iron Maidens. Lastly, since we are actually an all-girls team, the robot is wearing a skirt. So here are some key points that you should take note of in designing a logo. 1, as you all saw on the previous slide, your design should have 1 or 2 team colors. One color is recommended to hold a bit more surface area as compared to the other. For the previous slide, you can see that for the Maidens, the one color is more dominant as one is background, as the other is only the logo and the font itself. Too many colors in a single entity in one logo will look way too busy and not be attractive in promoting your brand. Second, your logo should be recognizable no matter where you are. For instance, if you're craving a McDonald's Happy Meal or you want a caramel latte or something, you can immediately recognize the signature yellow and red McDonald's logo shaped like an M. You can recognize it like meters away. Fast food franchises use this ideal a lot in order to attract customers that are on the road and looking for a quick and cheap meal. Lastly, you should have a consistent font. Again, it's this entire concept of keeping the logo clean and simple. Having too many fonts will look way too busy. The same way having too many colors or lines disrupt the simplicity that we're going for.
Awesome. And now we're going to show you a little Easter egg. You can see even the Apple logo had humble beginnings. You can see on the very left, that was one of the very first iterations of like the logo. And you can see it just kind of looks like a very old like apple picking orchard logo type of, old illustration style. And I think it's very interesting to realize that they like started with something like that before they got to their final logo. And you can see right now, the Apple logo is like ubiquitous. It's something that we all recognize and is regarded as one of the best logos ever created because of just how simple the shape is, how easy it is to recognize, and how clearly Apple has defined their entire visual system and their entire brand and their values from what they believe in all the way to this tiny little logo that represents them. So one cool thing about logo design is that there's also some like technical knowledge and cool little tricks that you should know when you're creating a logo. So for example, let's look at the square and circle. Which one feels like it has more weight, more visual weight? Which one feels bigger right now? That's right, it's really the square. It just feels a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier than the circle right now, even though they're perfectly aligned, as you can see in this slide. But here, when we've adjusted for the optical alignment of these two shapes, we've made the circle a little bit bigger. And you can see now they actually feel more equal in weight. Wouldn't you agree? You can see that right now, these two are not perfectly aligned as they were in the first example. And this is something that is used everywhere. Let's take a look at the Google logo, and any font for that matter. If you type out anything in a text editor and put down a top and bottom line, you'll notice that all the circular shapes and circular parts of the font stick out below the X height. The X height being the bottom of any lowercase letter with a flat bottom. So like the bottom of the L, that would be the baseline, and then the X height would be at the top of an X, and then the very top would be the height of the ascenders, which means all the things that stick out above. You might also know that descenders are like the bottom of the G, which stick out below the line. So knowing all this, we can say that these little circular shapes stick out below the bottom of the baseline of this logo. And they do that for the same reason, optical alignment, so that those circular shapes don't feel too small compared to the boxier shapes. Other cool things that you might note is that a lot of fonts make sure that the horizontal lines are thinner than the vertical lines, because the vertical lines need to be a little bit thicker, not only for the reason that calligraphy often had thicker lines when you go on the downstroke, but also for the same reason of optical alignment. If you were to compare a horizontal bar and a vertical bar next to each other, you would notice that you'd need to compensate for the thickness of the horizontal bar because it felt a little bit thicker to you. So we're going to go into an example of a logo design process. Say you want to redesign your logo for your brand or your team, or you want to design a new one if you're a new team. So let's take a look at this. I designed a logo for Tesseract Initiative. It's an educational organization, and we teach workshops for kind of robotics teams currently. And so we started by identifying our brand values, core goals, and themes. So you'll notice that we didn't start by diving into the sketching. We made sure that we got together a team, which means like a representative amount of people on your team. Make sure that you really do start in a team because it's important to get everyone's perspective on what your brand is, because FRC is such a community-based brand. It's all of the students, the mentors, everybody included in that. So brand values we selected, core goals we selected, and themes we selected. But another important thing is to prioritize some of these things. So we looked at our themes, for example, and we decided that dimensions was something that was really important to us. Multidimensionality, interdisciplinary kind of values that we wanted to portray. And so next up, we looked at a lot of different references. We created a mood board with some of our favorite logos from kind of the educational space, but also logos completely different, just logos that we thought vibed with our core goals and themes and business values that we always need to come back to reference when we're deciding what to do with the logo. So finally, we decided to find some visual connections, and our final logo brings together kind of a shape of a T, the corner of a square, and 4 directions. And you'll notice that our name Tesseract already has some implications, because if you know, Tesseract is a 4-dimensional cube. But we didn't want to go with that kind of cliche shape of a 4-dimensional cube that you see in textbooks. We wanted to have something a little bit more abstract. So you can see next we went into sketches, and we kept sketching and making sure that we go through all of the ideas that we have. This is a really important step. Make sure you get all the bad ideas out first, and then get into some of the better ideas. You can see one of the things we were considering at one point is having this kind of logo system where the name of the workshop, like Kinetic Media, is represented by a K and an M that were connected by lines to kind of show multidimensionality and kind of the Tesseract aspect of connecting two different worlds. But at the very end, we landed on this. And as you can see, it's kind of a cool, forward-thinking looking, like cutting-edge logo. It has all these 4 colors to represent the 4 directions of our workshops that we had at that time. It's kind of a corner of a cube that's pointing towards you, as well as a T. And I'd put this in the abstract logo category. And we went with that, and we created a website and all the touch points. You can check them out as well if you're interested. So how do you even make a logo, right? Like after you sketch something on paper and you have an idea? Well, you take it to a vector program. So what is a vector program? And why would logos need to be in vector? Why can't I use like MS Paint to make my logo? Well, if you zoom in a lot into something made in MS Paint or any other, like Photoshop is also raster, GIMP is raster if you know that program. Any photo that you take on your phone or with a camera, it's also raster. So if you zoom all the way in, eventually you'll see pixels, you'll see little blocks. And the difference between raster, which is those pixels that you see, and vector, is that vector is actually plotting mathematical curves. And those mathematical curves have, the equation of that curve. And if you scale it up or scale it down, it won't lose quality because the computer knows that it's that curve. And at any size, it can calculate that curve in good quality. So now you might be wondering, so where do I find a vector program? What does that even mean? You can see here are examples of vector programs. Inkscape is a free vector program that we used on our team. And Adobe Illustrator is one that's paid, but if you have access to it through your school, it's another great program. That's the one I use currently. But both of them can do most of the same things. And one of the tricky things with vector programs is you really have to learn how to be able to place those curves and how to create all those intricate shapes. And if you're interested, you can email me at the very end. I have some cool games that you can play if you're interested in learning more about vector. But you can't just stop there. You need brand touch points. After you have a logo, you need to extend that across your entire team, across your entire brand. And remember all those 5 senses. So let's look. Our team, Team 846 The Funky Monkeys, has a photojournal yearbook that we print at the very end of every year to summarize all of what happened in that year. It's a really great souvenir for anyone. It's also really great at interviews or internship opportunities where we can show this off and explain what our team is all about. It's also really great for judges when we're talking to people in the pits, at competitions, or just any community outreach work. This is a really great book to have. It's kind of flashy, it's fun, and it's a really great opportunity for the media people on your team to learn how to print and prepare documents for printing. And the program we use for that is called Scribus. It's an open source desktop publishing tool, which I highly recommend. It's free. It's pretty good at what it does. Yeah. Here is our crate and robot art. We extended our brand to a fun way, which is painting our robot crate for out-of-state competitions. It really stands out among the crowd of other crates that are mostly just gray or wood colored. So it was a really fun time for all the people on our team who love to paint and do art. It's a really great off-season project. Another thing is our annual robot vinyl panels. You can see they're just thin polycarb panels with printed sticker paper on them that we order from a company. Also pretty simple to do, it's not that simple to do, but it's really fun to see the end result. And I really recommend you take that challenge up just to spice up your robot. You can also use it to protect some of maybe electrical components in some cases. So you can see here we also went beyond the canvas, so to speak. We had the bright star that went outside our robot, kind of outside any built components of our robot to really spice it up when it's riding around on the field and you can see this big star. It's really fun to see that. We also have document design. Again, here is our branding once again coming through in just the fonts that tie into that year's theme and the colors. Here is our recruitment and social media posters. We had, for a long time, a teacher pun recruitment series where you kind of put up posters based on which classroom and which teacher it is, and you make a pun with their last name. Here, apparel, stickers, buttons, all the cool things that we see at competitions and at pits. So here was last year's theme with the Star Wars plus sustainability. We wanted to make sure we capture both of those aspects. And it was a really fun thing. We also do a biannual newsletter and team photo. So you can see on the left is the newsletter, and on the right is at the end of the year, we offer kind of a certificate and a team photo, and everyone signs it, and it's really fun. And here's our website that was recently redesigned. It's really cool. It kind of ties back into all of that branding that we do previously, and those bright colors come through. All of our information is presented very clearly. But one other thing you might not think of is, what about like sound branding, right? We did a YouTube series called Monkey Box. Check it out as well on YouTube. And if you play this video, you can see that we tied in our branding to that kind of funky feel of the name Funky Monkeys. And here's the opening sound and animation.
Hey guys, welcome to Monkey Box. I'm your host, Junha.
And I'm Sam.
Yeah, and you can see everything is very stylistically very consistent. You can see even with the setup we have there, it's very clean. You have the white background, the yellow table, and the red shirts. Other really cool creative applications you can do with branding just range far and wide. For example, this team 4039, Makeshift Robotics in Ontario, Canada, they do something really special every year at competitions. And they have these big striped shirts, and from the beginning of a competition, they wear black and white shirts, and then as the competition progresses, they have different shirts that they put on that gradually bring color into their group photos, which I think is a really clever and like probably time-consuming application of this. I read on their website that they have to like hand sew this every year, and it's kind of a fun thing their team does. And I think it's a really great example of just team tradition and a very strong representation of their brand, of their name, Makeshift. You can see if you go to their website and read some of their messaging, it's very clearly portrayed. You can see that it's meant to symbolize the shifting the perception of science and technology, the same way that prisms shift the spectrum of light. They also say, as the event proceeds, our team gradually starts changing. Splashes of color appear on our shirts or our pits. We go through a transition phase where the grays are gradually drowned out by brighter colors. By the final day of competition, we are in the full kaleidoscope of team colors. And I think this is a really cool and creative representation of a brand. So think about cool things like that. Like, for example, if your robot team was named like Eclipse Robotics, or I don't know, like something themed to like moons, maybe each of your team shirts could have a different like crescent shape of the moon, and maybe as the competition progresses, you wear those, or like all these cool things that you can just like out of the box apply your brand to. Another great example, or things that you should implement, is a great brand guideline. So some of good examples of these are Team 254, the Holy Cows, Team 1538, and you can see here Space Cookies as well. They have really great examples of brand guidelines. And what this really helps you do is that if your marketing lead leaves, or if they're graduating, you can pass down that knowledge of how your logo should be used, what things are consistent throughout. And this really helps center the entire team around those guidelines. So how can we apply this to our teams? Let's go back to Liz. Oh, sorry, this is me. One cool framework that I found is called Primal Branding. It's by graphic designer Patrick Hanlon, and he summarizes the whole aspect of the multifaceted brand and all the senses and all these things that go into a brand into these 7 points. And I think these are very good 7 points to remember. So number 1 is the creation story, which is how, where, and why. What is your history? Where did you start with? For example, Team 846 started in garages, and we put that on our website too. So if you have a really interesting creation story, that's a great thing to highlight. Number 2 is creed, your core beliefs. What is it that you want to change about science and technology? Why does your team exist? Number 3 is icons, which are all those sensory connections, your logo, your brand, but also everything else, sight, sound, touch, taste, smell. Does your team regularly eat pizza? Is that something that's like just part of your team and you like make fun of it and stuff like that? Like that's also an icon. Number 4 is rituals. How do you act? What do you celebrate? So Makeshift has that ritual of wearing those different stripes. What does your team do? What are some of the events that are unique to your team? Number 5 is a lexicon, which are special terms and words, memes, inside jokes of your team. And those are really important to cultivate as well. You can think about like well-known brands where if you don't know like the verb Google it, like you're living under a rock. You need to learn those like special lexicon, special terms that brands create for us to remember them by. Number 6 is like non-believers. This is mostly for actual like maybe like vegan brand versus carnivores, Mac versus PC. I'd say in FRC this isn't something that we focus on, but in the corporate world, you might want to highlight that your competitor or like make fun of your competitor or something like that, like Mac did with PC back in the day. Number 7 is leader, which is the faces of your brand, the hero, the innovator. This is like Steve Jobs for Apple. But for FRC, I'd say you don't really have like one leader. You just have like a community of students. So it's also not as applicable. But you can think of that maybe like your mentor or other like figures of your team.
So, what is one new thing that you learned that you want to apply to your team? Please put it in the chat. Okay, so let's continue. Now, next slide, please. Okay, so now let's go more in depth on the illustrious and beautiful art of creating a brand in the form of words. Your brand statement essentially guides your brand identity. What do you stand for? What is something so important and necessary that the audience should know? It describes the audience your brand will relate to, the attributes it highlights, and the character it conveys. So your statement should display simplicity, formality, and power. Take a look at this example here. Oh, yeah, go back, please. Okay. The Femaidens is a team of passionate young women dedicated to empowering the next generation of female engineers. So our robotics team is most notable for our strive for greater representation of female gender in STEM fields. So we decided to showcase that through our statement. As you can see, we do not include any unnecessary information, and we go straight to the point. This is because additional info can be provided in business plans, press packets, and pamphlets. Here we have a version of our one-page pamphlet. It's a little hard to read, but just take note of the enormously lengthened amount of words and sentences that we have as compared to the statement. So all side information or sub-info that you would like to introduce to the public can, of course, be showcased, but simply not in the statement itself. So let's take a look at the scenario. You are the new owner of a car dealership. You're trying to create a brand, but are stuck between two statements. Which one will you use? So statement number 1 says, Mercedes-Benz is the world's leading provider of premium products and premium services for individual mobility. Statement number 2 says, Mercedes-Benz is a really great car dealership that helps everyone find the car of their dreams. We're open on business days from 9 to 5. We also serve coffee. So which one's better? Please put it in the chat. Statement 1 or statement 2? So the first statement is actually tremendously much better. Although Mercedes-Benz is a car dealership, you don't explicitly see those two words in the statement itself. The audience probably already knows what your brand is trying to sell or showcase, including that it is a car dealership, is unnecessary. However, what this statement includes is a unique baseline and words such as premium and leading provider to truly showcase what they want to sell. It essentially shows why you should look into this brand and why it is better than all the rest of the car dealership brands. And obviously, the second statement uses general words that can really describe anything. They are baseless claims that are made about this brand. Also, the last two sentences are entirely unnecessary. They can be added into the description, but simply not the statement. Next slide, please. Okay. So next is the description. Your description feeds off of what your brand statement is. So what do you do? What is the purpose of your brand? How did your brand start? It gives us more knowledge on who you are and what you do. So the description is your team story. In creating a description, ask yourself, what's your reason for being? What's your history? What's your corporate mission? Here we have the Iron Maiden's description that is shown on our press packet as well as on our pamphlet. So let's break it down and find the elements that makes this a stable and memorable description. So we are the Phi Iron Maidens, the Bronx High School of Sciences all-girls robotics team. So as you can see, we always start off the description with the actual name itself, what we're trying to represent. Together, we engineer and build robots to compete in competitions held by First Robotics. So what's your reason for being? That essentially answers that question. That's what you want your audience to know about you, right? If we skip a little forward, in addition to our annual competition season, we host and attend outreach events that encourage girls from a young age to pursue STEM careers. So that answers what is your history, in a sense. When you're writing a description and you're trying to answer what is your history, don't try adding. It's better to veer off of writing anything with time periods or like stating the actual year or date, because that can be actually added in other places of your press pack instead of your one paragraph description, because we're trying to concise our information as much as possible. So we're reinforcing our mission to recruit girls despite typical gender roles with a long-term goal of promoting gender equality in STEM. So that's essentially what's your corporate mission. That's what we stand for. So that's what we put as our last sentence. Now let's hear what Simon Sinek has to say about logos and brand promotion.
Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? You're ready to buy a computer from me. All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple.
So some FRC opportunities for graphic designers beyond your team. We're going to do a quick wrap up. You can design for your local on and off season regionals, volunteer videography, logo, social media help. Feel free to ask me about that. Here are some resources. You can screenshot this. These are some of my favorite things to learn more about design. As well as you can screenshot this last slide for asking us any questions. And now I'm going to pass it back off for the wrap up.
All right, thank you, Anna and Liz, for this great presentation. We'll be taking questions right now, so feel free to leave any questions you have in the chat, and our presenters will be answering them. In the meantime, I'll ask a question. What are some ways FRC teams can be creative with graphic design and implement it in new areas of their team?
Sure, yeah. I mean, just looking for new mediums to apply it to, like really fun things like, I don't know, like safety posters, or like changing the design of your clock in your workshop. Like you can apply your branding to so many different things, and like so many things that you may not have think of before.
Also, I guess from personal experience, it can FRC teams can actually expand their team by perhaps creating a sub-department. For example, for my team, the Maidens, last year we actually founded our marketing department, which essentially goes through a bunch of graphic design for our pamphlets, for our newsletters. So it holds the ability to get your artwork out there and experience new things. So, yeah.
Awesome. Going back to the Apple logo that you showed us and the progression of it, do you think that like that old logo at the time was actually a better fit rather than a simple the Apple logo that we know today?
Well, I'd say like context is important, but I think at the end of the day, like I guess if you are surrounded by logos that look like that, or if that's something that's really like recognizable, or if you want to fit the vibe of that kind of old-fashioned looking like bottle kind of shaped logo, I think that's important. But at the end of the day, like what they've grown into, it's really important for them to have their new sleek logo.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for presenting.
Thank you so much.
It was a great presentation. All right. Bye.
All right, so hello everyone. Welcome to the Student Leadership. Today we'll be talking with some of the leads from Team 1678, 2073, 701, and 5458. You'll be able to ask them questions at the end, so if you think of any questions along the way, go ahead and write them down or write them in the chat and we'll answer them later. All right, so first off, we're going to start off with some introductions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Rowe. I'm the Business and Media Lead on Team 5458, Digital Minds. This is my third year on the team. I'm a junior. This is my first year spent as a business lead. Last year, I was an outreach lead. And my first year on the team, like many other rookies, I spent totally and completely clueless.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Wolf, and I am the Director of Operations on Team 701. My freshman year, I joined the awards team and the electrical team. My sophomore year, I was elected outreach manager on my team. And now I am the director of operations for both this year and last year. So I specialize in outreach, business, media, and awards since they're all covered under my operations. A fun fact about me, I've presented for chairman on my team twice and we've won it once.
All right, next up we have Livy.
Hi everyone, my name is Livy. I'm a senior. This is currently my 5th year on Team 1678. I actually joined in 8th grade. So as a sophomore, I started my leadership experience as the outreach lead for our diversity and STEM program. The next year, I was the lead of our chairman's award submission program. And now this year, I'm the team captain. And also another fun fact about me is I've been the driver for our robot since my freshman year.
Next up we have Gabby.
Hi, so I'm also on Team 1678. This is my 4th year on the team. I was previously the Davis Youth Robotics School's outreach lead. I am the business and media lead this year, as well as the vice captain. And last year, I was a Dean's List semifinalist at the Sacramento Regional.
Next up, we have Lana.
Hello, my name is Lana Wong. I am from Team 2073 Eagle Force. This is my 4th year on the team. I'm a senior. I have been the business and outreach manager for the last 2 years. I've been the summer camps coordinator for the last 3 years, and I am a lead programmer of our team's scouting out.
Right, and next up we have Mackenzie.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie. I am also from Team 2073 Eagle Force. This is my 3rd year on the team. I'm currently a junior. Right now, I'm the mechanical director. I was it last year, so this is my 2nd year. I'm also the public person for our Eagle Force, which is our summer camp, and I'm also the crew lead. I specialize in assembly, but mainly machining on the CNC and lathes this year.
All right, great. So before we move on to some questions that we have for the panelists, we're actually going to ask the audience some questions. So we can go ahead and pull up our polling questions. There will be 2 questions for you guys, and they'll be asking you about how big is your team. So if you can see, if you go to www.menti.com and type up the code on the top, which is 9151589, you can go ahead and answer these questions. This is just so we get to know a little bit about our audience and see who we are reaching out to. We have 1 11 to 30. Perfect. So if you can see the link at the top and the code, you can type that in, and we have 2 questions for you guys to answer. That way we can just know a bit more background. We have another 11 to 30 students, 2 more. And just remember, if you guys think of any questions along the way, go ahead and type that in the YouTube chat, and then later on we will be, and later on we'll have time to answer those. So it looks like we have 8 people who filled out the poll. Let's see if there will be a few more. Before we move on to our next question for you guys. So go ahead and keep open Menti, because we will have another question for you guys right after this. Another person from NAD Students Plus team. Cool, so let's see if there's any more people who's wanting to fill that in. This is just so you get to know who will be watching the stream, but give that one more minute. Okay, so cool. All right, that being said, we're going to move on to our next question for you guys, which is, what is your robotics background? You can go ahead and choose multiple on this, since I know quite a few people are involved in different sub-teams in your guys' team. You can see the options. Go ahead and choose the ones that you are a part of. And it's the same code and the same link as before. So to fill it in. More people involved in outreach. Looks like we've got a pretty even split so far. Let's have a few more people fill in the poll. All right, so you can see there we have a lot of people involved in business and media, but overall we just kind of have people involved all around the board. Same with team size, so looks like we have a pretty even split of the audience. So that way we get to know a little bit about more background and accustom some of our questions and answers to our audience. So perfect. All right, so with that being said, we're going to move on to the questions that we have for the panelists. The first topic that we'll be discussing is the different types of leadership structures. So we'll be starting off with team. So we're going to move on from the polls and we're going to move back to our presentation to discuss our different leadership structures, just so you can know what's it like in organizing each team depending on our sizes. So starting off with 54-58.
Yeah, so I saw on the team size pie chart that we do have a pretty good distribution of 11 to 30 member teams. That's great. I'm a part of a small team as well. 5458 only has about 24 active members. And we have a very lax leadership structure as a team in our infancy. It's very free-flowing. There are open lines of communication between the mentors and the parents, between the mentors and the captains, and between the captains and the sub-team leads. Generally, everybody's ideas are taken and accepted. It's not solely reliant on a captain or rigid leadership structure. It involves everybody, but usually when it comes to decision making or courses of action with robot design or event planning, it falls upon the captain and tours.
All right, next up we have Team 701.
So 701 is a fairly big to medium-sized team, I would say. On a normal year, we have anywhere between 45 to 55 members. This year, we're running at about 40 members. But our leadership structure, I like to think, is pretty simple. Essentially, we just divide our team into engineering and operations as far as decision-making goes. And so as the director of operations, it's my job to work with the media, business, and outreach managers, and we essentially coordinate all of that, and then all of the work that we do then gets passed along directly to the students, usually from messages either from me or the outreach manager. And then as far as the engineering side goes, our director of engineering works with all of the heads, and then the heads work with their specific committees. To get back to our parents and our mentors, we have monthly meetings where we do leadership reports, and so me and our director of engineering, Darren, will speak directly to the parents and the mentors. And then for a leadership team, we do weekly meetings, and then we do announcements at the head of every team meeting, which we would normally have team meetings 3 times a week, and then we have leadership meetings once a week. And all the heads make the decisions there, and then gets passed directly along to the students.
All right, next up we have Team 1678.
So 1678's team leadership structure is pretty similar to a lot of others. We have it divided into kind of 3 branches: the hardware, software, and business and media groups. So the hardware group has design, electrical, and fabrication all as separate student leads. The same for robot software and scouting software. And then also not shown on this diagram is we have 2 secondary subteams, which are chairmans and strategy. And so students may be part of one of these primary subteams that are shown on the diagram, and then also one of the secondary subteams if they want to get involved that way.
All right. And lastly, we have Lana to talk about 2073.
Team 2073 is what I would say is a medium-sized team from 30 to 40 students. We divide our team into 3 different sub-teams. We have mechanical, programming, and business. Each sub-team has a manager and a director, and then they are the leads for each of the different sub-teams. At the same time, we have open communication with our mentors and our parents.
So we're going to move on to our next question, which is, how do you encourage people to join and participate on your team? So let's start off with Matthew to answer
that. Like many other FRC teams, we just try our best to lead good outreach efforts at our schools, at our public places. One of the best ways we can spread the word about our team is showing the benefits of joining an FRC team. It's about sending the message that FRC is a place for everybody. It includes engineering and STEM principles, but you also have to sell that FRC includes business and management skills as well. And once people can latch on to the idea that they can learn just about anything from participating on our team, they're more encouraged to join and stay active on the team. We also make a point to make all of our services free. There's no registration fee. Generally, student members do not have to pay for anything, and that certainly keeps us afloat within our demographic range.
Right, and next up we have Sarah.
Most of our team members come from one of 2 places. So the first major place that we attract team members is we have established robotics outreach programs at all of the elementary schools and the middle school in our district. So most of us have been doing robotics since 4th or 5th grade, and we've just kept doing it all the way up to the high school. The second way that we get a lot of team members is we do have 4 engineering classes at our school. And so within those 4 classes, our head coach, Mr. Pochop, teaches those classes. And so he kind of advertises our team a little bit in there. In our Engineering Technology 1 class, they build robots, they build VEX robots. And so it's just sort of like hey, if you liked building this in class, then maybe you would like building it full time on a team. And those are the two big ways that we encourage people to join our team.
All right, next up, let's have Gabby answer this question.
So on 1678, we do have some outreach programs that do reach the youth. They start in about 4th grade. They go all the way up to 8th grade, and that is called Davis Youth Robotics. We do see some returning members from Davis Youth Robotics join our team. We are lucky enough to be all united through one district. So we do send out an email to all of the incoming 9th graders, just talking about our team, giving general information, and letting them know that it's no cost. They can, of course, apply. So that is one way that we do that. We also go around to all of the different math classes at the high school and the junior highs, and we present about our team there, give everyone information for registration, and that's another way that we get people interested in the team. We also hold essentially a show and tell or a shadow night where students can come walk in just like an open house and see what all of our sub-teams are up to.
All right, and last up we have Mackenzie.
Yeah, so for Team 2073, we do communicate and get people on our team mainly through our school. I think, as Sarah said, we also have an engineering program at our school. So one of our advisors for our team is also one of the teachers there. So he's able to communicate to some of the students that, hey, we have a robotics team. If you're interested in some of the classes that you're taking, you can always join the team. That's one way. Another way is when we were at school, we would have a club rush, and there we would demo our robots so that teams could, or not teams, so that students could see our robot and kind of what it does and get to know more about us. But at our middle school, we also have we also have a Mindstorms team there that does the Lego robotic stuff, and that way we can communicate with them, and that gets them interested in first, and then they're more interested to join our FRC team.
All right, great. So now, since we had everybody answer that question, we're going to move on to our next one, which is how do people on your team come into leadership positions? So let's start off with Matthew.
With no documented process or constitutionalized process for elections, usually student leaders like the captains have to run out of their own desire. Usually we judge them on their merits, their time they spent on the team, how dedicated they are to the job, and knowing that they'll get it done properly. We do not conduct elections for our sub-team leads. That's usually just a position taken on usually by seniority. Same thing, dedication or time. About the most formal thing we do for elections is roll out a Google form in which everybody can cast their vote anonymously.
Right, great. Next up, we have Sarah.
We do have an actual process for our leadership elections. It's laid out in our team handbook, which is on our website, robotics.com. But essentially, at a couple weeks after the end of the season, so either the middle of May, if we do qualify for a champs, or a couple weeks after our last competition, we hold leadership elections. And the people interested in leadership positions would submit a resume to our team captain and just a little statement about why they want that leadership position and which position they want. And every person running for any position has to submit those two things. From there, the operations and all of the operations leads and the engineering director are then elected by the entire team. So everyone gets to vote on those because they concern the entire team. The heads of our individual committees, so mechanical and programming and electrical, those are voted on within their committee because the people in programming aren't necessarily affected by the decisions that the electrical head or mechanical head makes. So those are elected by the committee. And then we have sub-team leads as well within the certain committees, and those are typically just designated by the committee head.
All right, great. And next up, we have Livy.
For 1678, the timing for choosing new leads is very similar to 701s. Usually it happens a little bit after World Championships or our last competition of the season. But instead of election processes, we have a nomination and selection process. So what we'll do is we send out a Google form to the whole team and ask people to nominate themselves or other people who they believe would be fit for a leadership position. Any student can submit as many times as they want. They can nominate themselves if they want as well for multiple positions. And so they'll fill out the names and then a couple of reasons why they believe that student would be a good fit for the position. And then after that form has been open for a little while, the core leadership team, which is the captain, vice captain, head coach, and lead technical mentor, will review these nominations and then conduct interviews with each person that was with each person that was nominated by role. So if someone has been nominated for multiple roles, typically they'll have a couple of interviews because an outreach position is different than a sub-team lead position. So anyways, after the interviews, core leadership will discuss and choose who they believe would be the best lead for that role for the next year. It's a little different sometimes if there's kind of a new program that's just getting started up. Like some of our newer outreach programs kind of grew up on their own, and so a student lead had to be selected kind of from who was already working on it at the time. So typically it'll just be whichever student is most involved, and usually it'll be our head coach and lead technical mentor who they just think will be best for getting the program started. So typically they'll look for students with a lot of initiative, with a lot of passion, and a lot of interest in the role that they're applying for.
Great. And last up we have Lana.
Team 2073 has an application and interview process. So we have all our students interested in leadership positions fill out an application, and the questions are usually regarding how much time they've spent on the team, accomplishments they've had, and their future plans as leaders. And then we have our mentors review the application. After the application process, we have our candidates go through a interview process where the mentors would ask the students questions, and then all the other students are there witnessing their interview. Later, we send out a Google form where the other students who aren't applying for the leadership positions, they anonymously fill out the form and they get to choose their leaders.
Great. So with that, with Lana finishing, we're going to move on to our next question. So our next question is, what is the decision-making process for big team decisions? We'll start off with Matthew.
I'm certain this is a process that many other teams take on at the beginning of the competition season, but on kickoff day, we all read the manual and we all brainstorm preliminary design ideas for our robots. So as far as robot design goes, that is a sort of collective wisdom that definitely gets siphoned by our sub-team leads and our captains, depending on which course of action they want to take with the robot. As far as planning events goes, that usually stays within the top levels of our leadership structure. It's an event coordination between our mentors and our coaches and our captains. Outreach events, school open houses, luncheons, whatever. That's usually a process that is handled by student leadership. And as far as purchases go, that actually does not have to include all of the sub-teams and the captains, but is usually held between the requester, the mentors, and the business team.
Right, great. So next we're going to move on to Sarah talking about 701's decision-making process.
So big robot decisions, similar to Digital Minds, is mostly done as a whole team. We don't want to change our robot and everything without the input of everyone on our team. big schedule changes or anything like that typically starts with the director of operations, the engineering director, the founder of our team, and our head coach kind of starting that conversation. And then that's taken to our leadership team as a whole on one of our weekly meetings and then passed down to the students. And then purchases are mostly done with mentors and engineering director and our business lead. But every decision that we make has to be approved at our RPM. So parents not only stay informed, but they have to either approve or deny our request to make that change about what they think either is right or wrong, whether or not we can pay for it. So that's kind of the basic decision-making process there.
All right, next up we have Gabby.
So for 1678, a lot of our decisions happen during our weekly leadership meetings. We create an agenda each week and we discuss several items at once. During that time, we could bring up a range of topics. It could be the overall well-being of the team, a new outreach program, minor adjustments, or larger decisions. Those are all discussed freely among leadership members. And once we have a decision, we do inform the rest of the team at our next general meeting or anytime after that. When it comes to any other thing like a technical decision, that's typically the hardware general leads that will look into that. It's the same with the software leads, and it's the same for business and media. The most well-informed person is typically going to be the one trying to make that decision with the input of others around them.
All right, and last up we have Mackenzie.
Certain sub-team needs, that usually goes through the sub-team lead, and then from there they can talk to a mentor. Specifically, like if our mechanical team needs to buy something for a robot for that season, we will have to CC one of the business leads so that we can make sure that we have the budget for it, and then from there it will get approved through a mentor. But if it's anything else that's within our sub-team, it's usually the sub-team leads in association with our mentors that will go ahead and decide on that.
Right, great. So next up we have a question that's going to go out to every lead, and that'll be, what made you want to become a lead and then stay a lead? So let's start off with Matthew again.
I don't know if anybody else in a small team or a newer team has experienced this, but sometimes when you see something new, something not as organized as well as it could be, you kind of want to get in there and help things come along. So as a new team, I want to establish some sort of leadership position so that I could leave a lasting mark on our team, leave it more organized, and hopefully leave it better than I found it. And for that reason, I wanted to become a lead.
The same sort of programs for the last couple of years, and I really wanted to do something new, kind of the same reason that Matthew became a lead. And so I got really passionate about outreach, and then I became the outreach manager. And when I was outreach manager, our operations team was only about 3 or 4 people, and 1 or 2 of them was graduating. And so there was an opportunity for me to rise up in the ranks or in the leadership positions of our team. And I wanted to grasp that opportunity because it gave me the chance to make an even bigger impact and do what I do now. And I love it.
All right, next up we have Libby.
So for me, I think kind of my biggest inspiration for becoming a lead was having a really strong role model, especially in my first couple of years on the team. Of course, when you're really young, especially, as like a freshman in high school or as a junior high schooler, a lot of things are really intimidating, especially when you're on like this ginormous team with all these like juniors and seniors working on things. It's going like a million miles an hour. It's really intimidating, and it's kind of easy to want to sort of fade into the background. But I was lucky enough to have a couple of really strong and really kind role models for me that made me feel more comfortable on the team, kind of made me believe more in my abilities and inspire me to be like them. So kind of I took that idea with me as I progressed through my years on the team. And so that helped me kind of build my confidence and get involved and make myself a really good candidate for student leadership.
Great. And next up we have Gabby.
I would say I have to agree with Livy as well. We've already been a really well-established team because we're past our 15-year mark as a team. And for me, especially as a freshman going in, I was definitely terrified in seeing all of these really strong leadership role models that you could aspire to. Definitely impacted me. And it was great because you got to see the change that they were making in the team, and you got to see the confidence that they were inspiring in other students. So I would say that was definitely a part of the reason that I wanted to become a lead, was looking up to my own role models and seeing what they got to do while they were lead. And I think I want to stay a lead because I get to see how other people, how I can relieve their stress and let them perform the job to the best of their abilities.
Right, and next up we have Lana.
I personally really wanted to get involved with the first program in my team since I've learned so much from being a part of the program. So I wanted to give back to the program, and I think one of the best ways to do that is to just become a lead on your team. And by being a lead, you get to guide people and show people things that usually you wouldn't have access to outside of first. Like, I never would have imagined raking up all this money for the team or for getting experience on industry standard programming platforms that usually students don't get to use till college or even the workforce. So the fact that I was able to use all of these different tools and was shown all these different possibilities, I wanted to give back to my team and my program.
All right, next up we have Mackenzie.
Yeah, I would have to agree mainly with what everyone up here has said. I really wanted to become a lead because I saw the previous leads, what they had accomplished, and how they were able to help improve the team. And that was something that I really wanted to be a part of, and I wanted to leave an impact on my team and help make it better for the new members that might join. I also wanted to stay a lead because I felt like there were things that I could add to the team that I could help. There were a lot of great ideas of improvements or things that I could see our team doing in the future. And that was something that I really wanted to be a part of and to really help with.
All right, so now we're going to move on to our next pre-prepared question, which is, how do you personally deal with burnout? Start with you again.
Personally, to combat burnout, especially as a lead, somebody who holds general responsibility over the team or other people, scheduling is huge. Keeping organized, keeping things scheduled really helps you fight a feeling of overwhelming or of overwhelmedness. I don't know. It just helps you keep a handle on everything. It helps you disseminate the info that's coming to you, and it helps you better model leadership standards for the rest of the team. You got to portion your work, communicate with your team members, and help divvy up the responsibility that you might feel be overwhelming you. And it's always good to plan ahead and document the things you have already done. Just sort of general skills that help you portion out your work and keep a handle on all that you have to do.
All right, and next up we have Sarah.
The two biggest things for me are, of course, communication, as Matthew said, and delegation. So at our weekly leadership meetings, I honestly, earlier this year with COVID and everything, I came out to them and I was like, hey, I kind of have a lot going on. I don't know if I can do the same amount of work that I've been doing in the past. And they were really, really accepting of it. And they were like, it's okay. We can take some of your responsibilities and hand them out to other people. And so I still kind of over them, and if they need help, they're free to talk to me at any time. But I am not personally and alone doing all of the same work that I had been doing the last year, and it's really great. And it gave me time to relax and chill out and get my other priorities done before kind of coming back to that. And then delegation, of course, when you start a new project, it's so tempting to just make it your baby and like be super involved in it and do everything yourself because you want it to be perfect. But other people have really great ideas and you need to listen to them and maybe don't do all of the work. Give like one portion of the project to one person and then you can keep that portion. If you want to do the raffle, but they want to organize the bake sale, let them organize the bake sale. It's fine. They will do it and they will do it well. Trust your team members.
All right, and next up we have is Libby.
For me, I think what's important when it comes to dealing with burnout is trying to stay organized and take care of both present me and future me, because I often find it really tempting to kind of blow everything off, but I think that honestly sometimes makes the burnout worse. So when I try to do, if I can tell that I'm kind of feeling kind of a burnout approaching or I'm getting overwhelmed a little bit, I try to kind of what I'm working on. So I do scale back what I'm doing. But I also need to keep in mind that like I have a lot of responsibilities and it's like I can't just stop everything just because I feel bad. So I have to rely on other people sometimes to step up and help me. But I think it's definitely important to stay organized and just work with what you have to get your job done without kind of sabotaging yourself in the future in a way.
Great, and next up we have Gabby.
Yeah, so like a lot of these leads have said, planning is really important. Knowing what you have to do, what your deadlines are, and mapping that all out, whether that's physically on a piece of paper, digitally, or in your head, that's all really important. For me, I find it comforting when I establish plans for everything that I do have to do, because then it's easier for me to start work on those. And delegation is also going to be really important. I always have struggles with delegation because I'm always concerned that I'll delegate too much or stress one of my team members out too much. So I always try to keep in mind what everyone's workload is and make sure that I'm openly communicating with my team members so I can track to see what they're doing and who would be best to take everything on, because you also don't want one of your own students experiencing burnout. When I do hit a burnout, I do find it helpful to step away for a minute if I'm able to. If I don't have too many responsibilities, then I will do that. And I encourage other members to do the same thing.
All right, and next up we have Lana.
I definitely agree with all of the other leads. Delegation is super important because, like Sarah said, you do feel like projects, they are your baby, and you do want to take control over them. But you should trust your team members and you should know what they are capable of. It's also super helpful, like Gabby said, to just take a step back and to just, I don't know, leave the screen and take a walk, because it's just really nice to take a breather and then your mind will be refreshed when you get back and you'll work more efficiently.
All right, and last up we have is Mackenzie.
Honestly, I don't really think I have that much to add. Everyone's pretty much said what I was going to say. I think delegation is very important to not only rely on yourself, but there are other people who you can rely on as well. If you don't think you can get something done in enough time, you can always ask them for help. People are more than willing to be able to help you out. Another thing is just to step back and, like Lana said, to take a walk. I've had to do that before where I'm just like, I don't want to do this right now. I don't feel up to it, so I'll just take a step back and work on it later. I listen to music to help me relax. It really just depends on the situation, but stepping back is very helpful sometimes.
All right, great. So those are all the questions that we had for you guys. So we're now going to move on to the questions that we received in chat. So that means if you have a question while you're watching or have had a question throughout this, please type it in the chat so that we can answer it. So we do have a first question for Livy, which is, how does 1678 lead its outreach activities?
So all of our outreach programs, each one has their own student lead. And then we also have an overarching outreach mentor who sort of manages and provides advice to the leads if there's a large project or need, a second eye. So our outreach is chosen the same way as our student leads are. And typically we try to encourage them to do most of like the work in the management. So they'll be sending all the emails, organizing all the events, gathering volunteers, planning for the future, that type of thing, so that we can give them leadership experience as we can. Because end up using outreach positions as kind of their stepping stone into like introduction for larger leadership roles with more responsibility.
All right. So next up, we have a question that will go out to everybody, which is, can you briefly repeat how often your leadership team meets and for how long? And also, how do you make that time most profitable during remote meetings? So since we're going through every team, let's start off with Matthew.
In a leadership structure with open lines of communication, we often do not have, cemented leadership-only teams. We do rely on collective wisdom or ideas, but usually leadership needs to nail something down. We'll have a group chat in our communication software, Slack, and we'll just continue talking about it until we have a game plan. During remote meetings, usually it's good to come in with a plan, like you're having a presentation such as this one. Have something written down, be ready to share what you have going for you and what you want to happen in the future. Otherwise, you're just going to improv, and you might not come out of it with anything all too productive. So my best advice for making the time most profitable when you meet is to be prepared for what you have to say.
Right, great. So now let's move on to Sarah.
So our leadership team meets weekly. Usually, we have a set agenda prepared ahead of time that our the committee heads, mostly me and the director, we write down every item that we want to cover, and then our meetings usually last anywhere from half an hour to an hour-ish, typically during a lunch break. And then everything that we talk about at the team meetings. During virtual meetings, I completely agree with Matthew. Being prepared ahead of time is absolutely everything you need. If you're not prepared, then you waste so much time thinking about what you're going to say and what you need to get done. And then when you're done with the meeting, you realize, oh, I forgot to talk about this. So writing everything down and being prepared ahead of time is everything.
All right, so now let's move on to Gabby to talk about how often your leadership team meets and for how long, and also how to keep that time profitable for remote meetings.
Yeah, so our leadership meetings are once a week. They happen every Monday, and we have them at about 5:30. We always prepare an agenda beforehand, so we do know what we're going to discuss, and everyone can develop their thoughts on it. Of course, sometimes there are other topics that are just brought up casually during the meeting that we also discuss. Just like Sarah and Matthew said, it's really important to prepare what you want to say or what you want to contribute to the discussion beforehand, because you'll be able to have a lot more meaningful of a discussion and be a lot more productive during that time than if you just come in really without preparing.
All right, and last up, let's have Mackenzie answer that.
So for our leadership team, we don't meet as much as we probably should. During our season, we would usually meet like maybe once every week or every 2 weeks, just so that we would have an idea of what was going on. But most of our decisions that we would make would be between our sub team leads, so sometimes we didn't feel the need to have a leadership meeting. Um, and the way that we make our meetings very profitable is we usually have a set plan when we go into the meeting. So if there is something specific that we want to talk about, we either have it written up or we already know what we're going to talk about before we go into the meeting. So it's just an easy flowing conversation. So we know what we're going to say, what we're going to talk about, and if we're going to make a decision in that meeting. But that's mainly how we do that.
All right, great. So next up, we have another question, which is: when you first started out as leaders, is there anything you would suggest to upcoming leaders on what they should do, on what they should avoid, and the best way to get a good start on your role? Let's have three of you answer that. So let's start off with Sarah. I think, Sarah, you're muted.
Thank you, Caroline. The biggest way to get a head start in your role is to talk to whoever held your position last. So for me, the last director of operations graduated, but we were still friends. And so after I got the position, I just went on like a FaceTime call with her for an hour, and I was like, how did you do this? And then she just walked me through like the decisions she made and how she delegated. And then, of course, I took that and I used it as advice, and then I changed it so it fit my personality and my leadership style better. But if you're going in completely in the dark, then your first couple months are going to be rough. You're going to have no idea what you're doing, and you're going to be scrambling to get everything done. And so for what to avoid, don't think that you have to do all of the work yourself just because you're in a leadership position. You should have other leads there that you can talk to and that you can work with, and you don't have to do everything yourself. Delegate and look over, but you don't have to do all of the work.
Great. Let's also have Libby answer that.
Yeah, so I think building on what Sarah was saying, I think it's definitely important to not put like kind of the whole responsibility, the whole group on your shoulders. Kind of what it took me a little while to realize was kind of consider how you felt as a student before you held the leadership role for that group, and then consider how you feel when you become the lead. Like as a student, well, I always felt like I have so much to contribute. I have so many ideas. I'm so excited to work on this project. And then I became the lead, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to run this project. I need to get so many things done. Like there's so much work to be done. But what I needed to realize was all of the other students in that group were feeling the same way I did when I was a student, where they all want to get involved. They're all passionate about the project as well. So it's not just you who wants to contribute. Everyone else is really enthusiastic as well. And so you can rely on them a lot more than sometimes you can trick yourself into thinking. So definitely be open to relying on other people. Make sure they know that you want to hear their ideas, that they're totally welcome to share always. And it's not like you don't want to give off the vibe that this is all my job and like you're only here because we need people in the group.
All right. And then last, let's have Lana answer that question.
Just like what Sarah and Louie said before, it's definitely helpful to be open to other people's ideas. And like what Libby said, you should put yourselves into the other students' shoes and to know, and just remember that before you were a lead, that you were equally excited and equally passionate to contribute to projects. So just remember that other people are also willing to step in and offer their ideas for different projects. It's good to avoid taking over projects because, like mentioned before, when we are a lead, we often think that we are solely responsible for the project. But just know that there's other people who are willing to support you and are willing to offer their ideas.
Really fast, Carolyn,
Great.
I also wanted to add one more thing.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think as a student lead, I think it's also really important to learn how to say no to things. Especially kind of the bigger your job gets, the more people there are that are asking you to do things or they want you to do things a certain way. And especially when those requests pile up, you have to have the responsibility of saying, like, I'm in charge, like, we can't let this happen. There's just too much going on. I can't do it, ask someone else, or I don't think the project should go in this direction. So especially when it's a peer or someone older than you or a mentor, you need to know when it's okay to say no, and you can't be scared to do it because you need to kind of have ownership over your project and know where you want it to go.
All right, great. That was really great answers, guys. So we're going to have just one more question before we end up with our wrap-up question, which is, what do you appreciate most from mentors and fellow leaders, and what should mentors avoid doing? What should mentors avoid doing in their interactions with leaders? I'll answer that. So let's start off with Gabby.
So I would say a really big thing that I appreciate and something that kind of inspires me is the dedication. I would say the dedication and the work ethic of other leads and of other mentors, I would say is really important. It's something that I really respect and appreciate. And on the end of mentors, I would say treat your students with respect. Have an open discussion with your student leads, have an open discussion with all students. We're all in an FRC program where we're learning industry grade skills all the time. And we're in here because we're mature and we love what we're doing and we want to keep on working and we want to learn. So having that open discussion with them, turning it into a learning opportunity, instead of saying something like, oh, well, I'm an adult, so we're going to do this. Your students will really appreciate that.
Great. And let's just have one more person answer that. So Mackenzie. Mackenzie can answer that.
Yeah. So I would definitely agree with what Gabby said about this. When it comes to previous leaders, I would say the thing that I noticed the most about them was definitely how dedicated they were, how passionate they were about the position and about robotics in general. That was something that I really was able to learn from them. But another thing I really appreciate about mentors is, again, their dedication, how they're always there for us. If we have any questions that maybe we're not able to answer, we can always ask them, because a lot of the time our mentors come from like the certain fields. So I know like one of our mentors for our mechanical team, they work in that field, so we can easily ask them questions and they're very knowledgeable on that, something that I really appreciate about them. But as far as mentors communicating with students, I would say just to understand that students, like, we have school that we're working on top of other extracurricular activities and things that we do. So while our focus is also on robotics, to just understand that if we're not able to get something done or if we haven't responded in a while, it's because we might have other obligations, but we always will come back to robotics and try to work on it as best as we can. But just to have open communication would be something I would say.
All right, great. So since we have 5 minutes left in the presentation, we're going to move to our wrap-up question. This question would be great for our audience to reflect on themselves, to think about how you'd answer this question, but also for our leads here to answer the questions with their own personal experience. So the question is, what is the most important quality as a lead and how can you emulate that? So let's start off with Matthew.
I think, as anybody in a leadership position will tell you, one of the most important things for you to do is to model the leader that you want to see in your subordinates, I guess, the people that you lead. It's important that if you want a certain result out of who you lead, you have to show them what you want. You have to model the kinds of behaviors that you want to see. This includes staying positive, staying organized, keeping an open mind, all of the great qualities in a leader that one would expect.
All right. Next up, let's have Sarah answer that.
I think the most important quality as a leader is to be a good listener. Not just to your other leaders, but when you were a freshman walking into your team, you had those great ideas, but when your leadership team didn't listen to you, it might have discouraged you from going into a future leadership position or going into a certain sub team. And so I think by really listening and really considering the ideas of everyone, it makes you not only a great leader, but a better friend and a better teammate.
Right, next up, let's have Libby.
I think one of the most important qualities you have is a really strong, consistent sense of perspective. So especially when it comes to larger projects, I think it's really important only be able to engage with the individual people and the tiny ideas that are going into this final product. Like, is everyone committed? Is everyone engaged? Do they understand what they're doing? But also be able to keep a focus and kind of guide the whole group and work towards your final project without getting caught up in the details.
All right, next up, let's have Gabby answer that.
I would say, like Matthew said, leadership by example is extremely important. Model the behavior that you want to see, and whatever expectations you put upon your students, you should be meeting or exceeding those expectations as well as patience and understanding that mistakes are going to happen. They're inevitable. Don't blame yourself. Don't get mad, and to turn it into whatever learning opportunity you can and to move on from it.
All right, great. And now let's have Lana answer that.
I would definitely say that reaching out to other students is a super important quality because usually, especially newer students, when they join the team, they're sort of in uncharted territory and are unsure what to expect. Like, I remember as a freshman joining the team, I was super daunted by the fact that there's all these upperclassmen and they all look super smart and they know what they're doing. And here's me as a freshman who just doesn't feel like I belong. So it's super important to just be there for especially the newer members who aren't really sure where they fit in, and to really grow their skills and grow their sense of importance on the team and to grow their confidence.
Right. And last but not least, let's have Mackenzie answer that.
Yeah, I would agree with what everyone up here has said. I think a really big thing is definitely patience because I remember when I was a freshman, someone might have taught me something and then I might not have remembered it the next day and I would have to ask them a question again. And it's just knowing that it's okay that not everyone's going to remember everything and just be patient with them to maybe walk them through it again, to keep them going. I think that's something to be really mindful of.
All right, so with this last question, remember, audience, to think about this question with all the answers that you heard from our amazing student leads, and just think about it for yourself and how you would answer that and apply that to yourself. But with that being said, this is the end of our panel, so let's thank all our panelists. Thanks Matthew, Sarah, Lana, Mackenzie, Gabby, and Livy. Thank you guys all for being here and putting together this amazing panel for everyone. And with that being said, that's the end. So thank you everybody for watching.